इस बात से एक चीज़ बहुत पक्की हो जाती है कि हमारे इस चुनाव में हमारी जीत ये पक्की दिखती है, क्योंकि अभी से अगर हमारा विपक्ष कल की हार के बाद क्या बोलना है इसकी प्रैक्टिस कर रहा है तो मुझे लगता है की
मशीन आणली आहे मुंबईत, त्याचं नाव योगायोगानं पाडू असं आहे. त्याच्या वाटून राहिलं आपण पडू की काय
त्याचं नाव पॅड युनिट आहे, पॅड युनिट. त्याचं नाव केलं पाडू. दुसरं, या ठिकाणी इलेक्शन कमिशननी स्पष्ट केलंय, मुंबई महानगरपालिकेचे आयुक्तांनी स्पष्ट केलंय, आणि त्याहीपेक्षा ही मशीन काही अचानक आणलेली नाही. मला त्या ठिकाणी ज्यावेळेस माहिती घेतली त्यावेळेस इलेक्शन कमिशननी सांगितलं, मुंबई महानगरपालिकेने सांगितलं, सगळ्या पक्षाच्या रिप्रेझेंटेटिव्हजला बोलवलं होतं, ते उपस्थित होते. त्यांच्यासमोर ही काय मशीन आहे हे सांगितलं आणि ही आम्ही का वापरतोय सांगितलं. ही सरसकट वापरली जाणार नाही, ही रिडंडन्सी क्रिएट करण्याकरता मशीन आहे. म्हणजे जर काउंटिंगच्या वेळी एखादी मशीन बंद पडली तर सोबत याच्यातही डेटा असेल.
All right, viewers, we're taking a short break. Up next, we will keep our focus on Maharashtra. It is a big day for Maharashtra as well as Mumbai. The BJP-led Mahayuti is engaged in a high-stakes control against the reunited Thakre cousins for the BMC elections. Rolling coverage on Republic continues. Viewers, stay with us.
सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely trapped.
On the live report at 12 p.m., the story of the 16 Indian sailors who have been arrested in Iran, their families and the company that they worked for is fighting for justice to ensure that the Iranian guards free them as soon as possible. The matter could even go to court. On the live report at 12 p.m.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला. MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Maharashtra, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Maharashtra and the merchant vessel Sophia, which was caught
On the live report at 12 p.m., the story of the 16 Indian sailors who have been arrested in Iran, their families and the company that they worked for is fighting for justice to ensure that the Iranian guards free them as soon as possible. The matter could even go to court. On the live report at 12 p.m.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were...
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even...
Ladies and gentlemen, going straight to the breaking news update now coming in the Supreme Court as we speak. There is a hearing underway between the Enforcement Directorate and the Mamata Banerjee government. And in the hearing right now, as we speak, some very strong arguments being made. The Solicitor General, arguing for the Enforcement Directorate, has referred to the state of law and order, saying that in the state of West Bengal, the police comes with the Chief Minister to ensure that evidence is taken away and removed. This is pure theft, asking to implead the Chief Secretary and the departmental officers as well in this case. So the ED wants officers to also be made party to the case, something that they've been asking for since yesterday. In fact, when the case came up in the court, the Solicitor General asked for officers to be made party to the case, given how files were stolen with the help of officers, sitting officers, both police officers and officers in the government of West Bengal, bureaucratic officers. Now, this hearing is currently underway. I want to go across to my colleague Rhythm, who will also be joining us. But the Solicitor General, and these are the key words, in fact, of the court. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta saying the police here comes with the Chief Minister to ensure that evidence is taken away and removed. This is pure theft. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta saying that he's asking for the court to implead the Chief Secretary and the departmental officers. Earlier, CBI officers also went there, and there was a judicial investigation by this court to work on the chit fund scam. CBI officers are arrested and taken to police station. The Chief Minister stages a dharna, and as we speak, the bench is discussing. Solicitor General also then says that they approached the High Court in Kolkata, the Calcutta High Court, saying this is what happens when mobocracy overtakes democracy. See what the High Court judge observes in the order. It notes huge number of lawyers gathered, creating commotion, and that the environment in court was not conducive for a hearing. The ASG then steps in saying that he was there. Advocate Kapil Sibal for the opposite side says he was also there. Justice Mishra then asks everybody to ensure that there is order in the Supreme Court. Solicitor General then says he's placed on record the WhatsApp chats of the law wing. They were all instructed by the legal cell of the party. So this is a big declaration being made, a revelation rather, in the court by the ED once again, saying that WhatsApp chats show lawyers were mobilized in the court. And this is a big mention that has been made as we speak. Solicitor General also saying that it was intentional. Message says gathering today at gate number. And Justice Mishra then asks, was it Jantar Mantar? Solicitor General says yes, court was converted into Jantar Mantar. They had arranged buses and transport also for members. SG on behalf of the ED says the plan was to convert the court into Jantar Mantar, talking about the manner in which mobilization happened in the court, adding that the High Court passed an order saying only lawyers will enter the court and the hearing will be live streamed. And the Solicitor General also says that his mic, that is ASG Raju, Additional Solicitor General SP Raju's mic was continuously muted. Supreme Court saying, but that was in control of the court. Solicitor General says, I don't wish to say anything, but we are here to protect fundamental right of our officers. We are acting under the Act and we do not seize for personal gains. Solicitor General saying that ED is not a mere organ of the union. They exist for the very purpose. They attach property. They take property in possession. So very, 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 very critical arguments being made in the court. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very significant hearing because the Enforcement Directorate is putting on record the facts of what went wrong and how even courts were intimidated. This is extremely significant. This is a political party not just fighting an agency fighting for its right, fighting for fundamental rights, fighting the government of Bengal and how Bengal government misused its state machinery to block an investigating agency. And critical arguments are now being made in the court. The Solicitor General also says that it was theft. Whatever happened in Bengal was theft. The fact that the files were stolen amounts to theft. And that they are seeking to impede the Chief Secretary and also departmental officers. And they also want the acting DGP to be removed. So this is a battle between the state of West Bengal and the union. For all practical purposes, we'll go across and get some voices on the story. The hearing is underway as we speak. This could have an implication on all future investigations. I'm going across to Shravan Sen, my colleague joining us on the phone line. Shravan is tracking the developments. Shravan, these are very strong arguments being made, strong observations, because the court says that they turned it, the ED says that some lawyers turned it into Jantar Mantar. They mobilized people to come to the court, High Court, and try and ensure the hearing does not happen. This is unprecedented, the kind of charges that are being leveled here.
This is on the basis of what really happened when the Enforcement Directorate had moved the Calcutta High Court, and they wanted an urgent hearing to take place. Unfortunately, the hearing did not take place only because there was overcrowding in the court, leading to the Enforcement Directorate in the national capital immediately calling for an emergency meeting, and thereafter an email, in fact, was sent to the Chief Justice in Calcutta, hoping that there would be some sort of an intervention. Rather than an intervention, the matter was thereafter kept on the 14th. That is the reason why the Enforcement Directorate was basically left with no other option but perhaps knock at the doors of the Supreme Court. Now, let me tell you why exactly they had to do this. That was only because time is of the essence as far as this investigation goes. And let's not forget, the evidence that was basically collected by the Enforcement Directorate was actually taken over by the Chief Minister of West Bengal. And they have enough reasons to believe that perhaps the evidence was actually destroyed. In fact, this morning, Niranjan, when I spoke to one of my sources to get a sense of what's happening with the investigation, there is enough reason to believe that as far as the Hawala transactions that have actually taken place, the alleged Hawala transaction, they suspected that there was evidence of it at the IPAC office. And that is the reason why the searches were being carried out. The fact of the matter is this, that this is not about political data that the Enforcement Directorate is talking about. The Enforcement Directorate is talking about a case that has been registered back in the year 2017. And to answer the question of those who are saying why ahead of the elections, remember there is no timing when it comes to the investigation. As far as this whole scam is concerned, almost every month, some things that have not been highlighted by the media, every month there have been searches that have been carried out, and in fact, summons have been issued. So to say that this is basically timed to the election perhaps would be factually incorrect, given the fact that this is an ongoing case. And as I've been able to map this entire investigation, the sense that I get is that almost, barring perhaps a few months here and there, almost every month there have been searches that have been carried out, summons that have been issued, and it is an ongoing case. That is exactly what the Enforcement Directorate is also perhaps stressing upon in the court today, that this has got nothing to do with the elections. And in fact, no party office was actually searched by the Enforcement Directorate. It was a political consultancy firm that is under the scanner as far as the alleged Hawala transaction is concerned.
Shravan, here, one aspect that has been mentioned by the court is how they did not seize anything at all. The ED says they seized nothing. How is it possible that the ED seized nothing? Is the ED saying that the Chief Minister, her police bureaucrats took every single file away from the raid site?
Well, in fact, that is exactly the case. Because if you look at the timings of the searches that were carried out, this was little after 6 o'clock in the morning that the searches actually began. Till about 11 o'clock, everything was actually going fine till the time an officer actually entered and asked the Enforcement Directorate to basically furnish proof, asking who are they and what were they essentially doing, because there was a complaint that the local police had received saying that this was a case of trespassing. After the Assistant Director actually perhaps explained it to the local officer that there is a search warrant and the searches are being carried out under Section 17 of the PMLA Act. So everything is basically legal here. There was nothing illegal about the searches that were basically being carried out. Little after that, immediately after the Assistant Director actually explained this to the local officer, we are given to understand that a senior police officer actually came in. And that time, the senior police officer actually told the Enforcement Directorate not to carry forward with the investigation and to end the matter here. That was what was told. But it seems that the Enforcement Directorate continued with the investigation. And roughly around noon is when the Chief Minister actually landed at the residence of Pratik Sinha. Important to highlight here is that the moment she entered, she wasn't certainly alone. There were aides of the Chief Minister and the state machinery. In fact, the state machinery went along with the Chief Minister, and thereafter, immediately, the Enforcement Directorate, who was basically indexing all the evidence that was gathered since morning, they were essentially told to hand over. In fact, the Assistant Director was holding a mobile phone of a suspect in this particular case, and that mobile phone was taken away by the Chief Minister. Thereafter, the Chief Secretary was activated. We are given to understand the DGP was activated. All of them ended up in chorus asking the Enforcement Directorate to stop the investigation and leave. In fact, they went a step ahead, threatening that an FIR would be registered against the Enforcement Directorate officers. It's also important to perhaps emphasize here that we're talking about an Assistant Director level officer, not a senior officer here, an Assistant Director in the Enforcement Directorate, perhaps being pitted against the Chief Minister of a state. And not just that, his seniors, as far as within the bureaucratic circle is concerned, that is the Chief Secretary. Certainly one cannot expect an Assistant Director to perhaps take on an entire state machinery here. And thereafter, it turns out that the assistant director still carried out the investigation, which basically irked the state machinery there. And they were essentially told that if they could continue further, an FIR would be registered. And that's exactly what happened later in the day when 3 FIRs were registered. In the past, too, Niranjan, what has happened is that the enforcement directorate time and again has been stopped from carrying out their duties. And that is the reason why, to essentially say that the administration perhaps did not allow them to carry out the investigation, it wouldn't be appropriate.
Yeah. In fact, the Solicitor General arguing for the Enforcement Directorate has also said officers of the Enforcement Directorate intimated the local police acting under Section 17 of the PMLA. Was to probe IPAC. All police officers, Chief Minister took away all the files. It is clear theft. She took an ED officer phone as well. This will only encourage such acts and the central forces will be demoralized. State will feel they can barge in, commit theft and then sit on dharna. Let an example be set where officers who are explicitly present there should be suspended. The ED asks for, big breaking news update, ED asks for officers and bureaucrats present to be suspended. I want to have Kapil Sankla, advocate, joining us live on the broadcast as well. Kapil, hearing this is theft. It is nothing but theft. We've been live since the raid happened. She took the files away. ED says they have nothing. All the files have been taken away. So she came there with an army of police officers, army of bureaucrats. They cleaned the site. ED is asking for these officers to be suspended.
Let's not call them officers. Let's call them gundas, because that is what they were. At the end of the day, let me understand this. Essentially, a private party is involved where raid occurs for certain acts or inacts done by them, where the state machinery is activated. The Chief Minister comes with certain people who say that we are officers, bureaucrats, police officers, and stop a lawful act being done. And thereafter, forcibly, with criminal intent, take away material evidence, which amounts to theft. All right. So at the end of the day, let us not call them bureaucrats. Let us not call them IS officers or IPS officers or whatever they are. Let us call them who they were. They were gundas of a political party who entered and stopped a raid from being committed and a lawful act being committed. And thereafter, the state machinery was misused and an FIR was registered against the central agency. So let us call a spade a spade. The second important factor. Now, if these people were misusing their position, power, then they should be punished. And this is writ at large in this particular case where they had no business, they had no authority, they had no right to stop a raid from being conducted. They had absolutely nothing as far as the law is concerned. Here is the case where the ED is working under its lawful authority and the state machinery is misusing certain people for their own personal interest and stopping an organization or an investigating agency to do what is lawfully correct. So therefore, these are not officers. These are only gundas, and gundas working for a political party, for their political masters, for a political reason. And now they're trying to politicize the reason by saying that, oh, this was an illegal raid, this could not have happened, and this is a politically motivated stuff. If we allow this to happen, then tomorrow every organization would be under some kind of limitation, some kind of liability against every politician who's going to use the same narrative and stop any government organization to do what is right, what is correct, what is proper, and what is just.
Yeah, in fact, as we speak, the ED, this Solicitor General arguing for the Enforcement Directorate has just said that a message needs to go out once and for all, and the bench is discussing. So we are expecting something big. The Supreme Court also asking some questions about the nature of the investigation, what was at stake. This is going to be a very significant hearing. That's the sense we're getting. Kapil, the ED is in no mood to relent, given whatever has happened over the weekend.
That is absolutely right, and they shouldn't. Because as we say, what is the narrative that is now created? That any political person or any gunda who has enough manpower can stop ED from doing what is right, what is just, and what is legal. And they don't have to show the law. They don't have to show the precedent. They don't have to go to the court. All they need to do is get enough manpower. Perhaps, rightly or wrongly, police officers, non-police officers, to stop ED from doing what is proper. And if this is permitted today, think of the large-scale ramifications where there would be industrialists with political patronage, politicians. And in this case, it wasn't as if a politician or a political party was being raided. It was a private party, and the state machinery came in their defense. in their offense by actively stopping the organization from the investigating organization to do what is correct. So therefore, it is absolutely imperative today that the Honorable Supreme Court steps in and protects the ED from doing what is right. Otherwise, tomorrow, there would be no use of the statute that actually gives benefit, advantage, and the protection to ED officers from doing their duty.
Yeah. Do we have any precedents in this particular case? Kapil, I mean, you're an advocate in the Supreme Court. Any precedents that are there that the court could look at while looking at this particular case? Because it's a curious case where ED, CBI have gone to Bengal, investigated, faced political attacks. CBI officers have been arrested. There is a precedence to what is happening in Bengal. It's not the first, it's not the second, and it's not the last.
So in previous avatar, as we say, one of the premier investigating agencies, as we know, is CBI. You rightly pointed out CBI. In CBI cases, what happens is that certain officers had faced false FIRs and protection of the political patronage of the accused. And in the light of the same, the PMLA Act itself gives certain benefits to the Enforcement Directorate officers, saying that one, which is a general protection, that no FIR or criminal case or case will be filed against officers for doing what is supposed to be their lawful duty. But secondly, very importantly, another protection is given that protects only ED officers, which is that no FIR, no state FIR will be filed or an FIR filed in state against an ED officer for doing something in his lawful duty. So as far as precedents are concerned, more importantly, in the previous cases against CBI, where CBI did face a lot of harassment and problems, that protection has been given specifically to the officers of the ED in terms of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. And that protection is sacrosanct, it is statutory, it has never been challenged. So therefore, the FIR is in the teeth of the statutory protection granted by the legislature to the ED officers. And that itself would be something that the Honorable Supreme Court will be taking cognizance of, because that has never been challenged, that has never been questioned, and that is good law as it stands today.
Okay, we have a breaking news update coming in. Supreme Court says it's a very serious matter and that they're going to issue notices. Notices will be issued. In fact, I'm getting in more breaking news updates right now. Just picking up these updates from the courtroom right now. Supreme Court saying that they're going to issue some notices. Justice Mishra asking whether the photos have been filed. And there are some more updates that I'm just getting in from the newsroom right now. Justice Mishra says, what are these photos you have filed? Solicitor General for the Enforcement Directorate says of Dharna, surrounded by police officers. So big development. ED shows proof of being surrounded by the police. ED shows proof of their officers surrounded by the police. And this is a big development. In fact, getting in more details of what the Supreme Court is saying. Justice Mishra tries to tell Sibal. In fact, Sibal intervenes, says, let me first clear the air. Everyone knows IPAC. If High Court can hear, why should your lordships? And Justice Mishra says, we are disturbed by the way High Court has been. And then Sibal interrupts and says, that will not be repeated. Yesterday, hearing took place. If this court hears this, you will have to assume High Court cannot. Justice Mishra says, don't put words in our mouth, don't assume. Sibal says this should be heard by High Court. It has Article 226 jurisdiction, that's the hierarchy. They are filing parallel proceedings. Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi then appears and says, without any ruckus, ED sought adjournment yesterday. They're now trying to admit. Kapil, they're admitting. In fact, Sibal says it will not be repeated. He says it will not be repeated. Okay. We'll try and get some more lawyers also live with us. The hearing is underway right now, and as we speak, the court is issuing notice. The court says it is a very serious matter, and that they want to issue notices. And they're very disturbed by what is happening in the High Court. This is a breaking news update, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to get you the latest updates right now. The court is hearing the case and we are getting you the minute-by-minute updates. Justice Mishra in the Supreme Court saying that there's a very serious matter and that they will have to examine it. Abhishek Manu Singhvi has just intervened, saying that the court says we are adjourning it. Cyanide Sin's case was pending here. And then Sibal says, IPAC, we all know that it takes care of elections in West Bengal. Formal contract between TMC and IPAC in 2021. Justice Mishra says elections in West Bengal is conducted by ECI or IPAC. And Sibal says all election data is confidential and it is all kept there. There will be a lot of information on candidates. Why was the news to go there in the midst of an election? Last statement in the coal scam was recorded on February 24th, 2024. What were they doing there since then? Why so keen in the middle of an election? It is all the info that is in the computers, and once you have that info, how do we fight the election? Chairman has the right to protect it, and thus we went there. So Kapil Sibal arguing for the Bengal government and the Trinamool Congress and IPAC here, saying that all the election data, confidential data, was kept in the IPAC office, asking why ED had to go there. Why so keen in the middle of an election? And the Supreme Court has also said that they will be issuing notices, adding that this is a very, very serious matter, adding that what is ED in fact has said this is theft, this is nothing but theft. And Justice Mishra has said that that is the Supreme Court has observed that they're extremely disturbed by the way the High Court has been. And then Sibal interjects, says hearing happened yesterday just before the Supreme Court could talk about how disturbed they were by the manner in which the High Court was interrupted. And Supreme Court says that Sibal should not try and put words in their mouth and that they will decide what to assume and what not to. We'll try and go across to Ridhamanand Bharadwaj, also joining us live on the broadcast. She will be joining us any minute now. And the hearing is still underway, but the Supreme Court bench is discussing as we speak, and we should be able to get the breaking news update on what next in this particular case. Sibal also says that ED reached at 6:20 a.m. Chief Minister came at 12 p.m. and left at 12:15 p.m. and that they're also very disturbed as to why ED shall wait for 2 hours and then go to a place which is a part of the party office. And then he tries to draw the attention of the court to section 105 of the BNSS. Sibal says, please see the video recording. It is a blatant lie that all digital devices were taken. See that Panchnama also, this is just to create prejudice. He tries to claim that digital devices were not taken. Sibal argues, saying that digital devices were not taken by the Chief Minister, but there are visuals that show that digital devices were taken. Files were taken. So the arguments still continue in the Supreme Court. As we speak, Sibal is arguing, saying, please see the video recording. It's a blatant lie that all digital devices were taken. See that Panchnama also. This is just to create prejudice. And the Solicitor General, a few minutes back, also said that a message has to go out once and for all. Kapil Sibal talking about what IPAC does, saying that he wants to make submissions and that he is appearing for the chairman of the Trinamool Congress, which is Mamata Banerjee. Kapil Sibal is appearing for Mamata Banerjee. But the Supreme Court making it clear that they are very disturbed by the manner in which the court was functioning, or rather how the court was disturbed. In fact, on the day of the raids, when they went to the court, there was no hearing in the court. I have my colleague Shivam also joining us with the latest updates from the courtroom. Shivam, any other updates that we have from inside the courtroom? If you can take us through what we have, the observations that are being made, the arguments being made.
I'll share you the latest updates that we are fetching right now at this moment, and whatever is being said in the courtroom. Now, Kapil Sibal, the latest updates, let me share it with you. Kapil Sibal is saying, please see the video recording, and he's arguing, he's saying that it is a blatant lie that all digital devices were taken, and he is also trying to mention the Panchnama also, and he mentions that this is just to create a prejudice. Now, the other points which are mentioned by Kapil Sibal during the courtroom hearing, he said that ED reached around 6:20 a.m. and CM came at around 12 p.m. So he's trying to make an argument that the CM came a bit late, and he also mentioned that the CM left at around 12:15 p.m. But we were very much live during that time, and we saw she was there for a very long time. And Kapil Sibal also mentioned this in his arguments, that he said we are also very disturbed as to why ED shall wait for 2 years and then go to a place which is a part of the party office. While he was also mentioning to the section 105 of BNSS. Now, Justice Mishra has made a strong argument, strong point, where he asks, elections in West Bengal, is it conducted by ECI or IPAC? So that was the strong point by Justice Mishra, which was given here. Now, Kapil Sibal also has mentioned here that all election data is confidential and it is kept there. So it's time and again the prime argument of the opposition, the TMC, is that the election data was there. It was all confidential data, but we very well saw how all the data, how the laptops and how the digital devices were taken by the Chief Minister, that is Mamata Banerjee. And also Kapil Sibal mentioned this fact that there were a lot of info on candidates, etc. The argument of candidate was again mentioned, but ED denies this time and again that this is nothing related to the candidates, and why your candidate list, everything is in with IPAC. Kapil Sibal also mentioned why was the news to go there in midst of an election. So they are mentioning the reason of election again and again. And last statement in this whole scam, according to Kapil Sibal, it was recorded on February 24, 2024. What were they doing since then? So they're using the argument of the delay of the action which is being conducted, the raid being conducted by the ED. And also they are again and again mentioning the very point of why this is happening in the midst of election. As also, it is also info that this in the computer. He's also said, once you have info, how do we fight the election? So they are trying to portray this as a way to decrease the value or know the candidate list that the TMC will be using, or other sensitive information in context to the elections that will be coming. So they are turning the arguments, nothing related to the scam or whatever was done. They are trying to bring it to the point of election and their campaigning and their candidate list and the sensitive information that they have. Now also, what Abhishek Manu Singhvi, senior advocate AM Singhvi also said, the court says we are adjourning its cyanide case was pending here. Kapil Sibal has also mentioned that IPAC, we all know that it takes care of elections in West Bengal. So mentioning of IPAC again and again in the context of elections in West Bengal, this is the main point here. And he also mentioned the formal contract between TMC and IPAC in 2021. So this was also mentioned. But the strong arguments, yesterday also ED had mentioned this very clearly. We don't have any data with us, we don't have any information with us, because most of the information, as we saw Niranjan that day also, most of the evidence was taken away by Mamata Banerjee in her private vehicle. She was there during an ED raid, which was never seen before incident that happened that time. So ED has its argument, and the live proceedings which are happening, let me get back to you and give more details. And Justice Mishra also said, we are very disturbed in the way High Court has been, and Kapil Sibal also mentioned that hearing happened yesterday. The court will have to assume that High Court cannot deliver justice. So these are the arguments which are being given by Kapil Sibal. Also, the Supreme Court also said you cannot put words in my mouth.
We will decide what to... joining us. Priyanka Tibrewal is joining us. She's an advocate and she's also a leader of the BJP. But I want to go across to her from a legal point of view. This is an admission in court. Kapil Sibal has said a few minutes back, Priyanka, he has just said, he has admitted that it was only the laptop. He says it was only the laptop of Pratik Jain and mobile phone of Pratik Jain was seized and she left the premise. I mean, he makes it look so simple. He says, yes, he used the word seized. Mamata seized the laptop, seized the phone, took it away. She took the personal iPhone and laptop which have the election information. So it's an admission in the courtroom that
she stole the evidence.
Well, it looks like that the ED did not conduct the raid. It was Mamata Banerjee who wanted to conduct the raid, and whatever she found, she took it from there. So whether it was stealing or what she was planning to do or what was there in her mind, which she wanted to hide from the people, that's the big question. But here I would state that the Supreme Court has correctly pointed out that it is the Election Commission of India who is supposed to conduct the elections, but not IPAC. When they say that, certain datas were there at the IPAC, now tell me, Mr. Kapil Sibal should enlighten us that where anywhere in the country is there a law, is there any section which says that if a political party has certain documents in one place, then that office has to be cordoned and it cannot be investigated by any agencies when such investigation in a matter is going on. There is no such law. I think Mr. Sibal should explain clearly on that.
Yeah, and
Tushar Mehta also correctly said that it is mobocracy which is taking over democracy. When in the courtroom in Calcutta, the mob of TMC entered the courtrooms and they created a chaotic atmosphere where the Honorable Court could not take up the matter. Now, this is exactly what happens, what Mamata Banerjee is trying to do. She is trying to kill democracy with her mobocracy, with her ruling goons.
Yes. Supreme Court is also shocked by the manner in which, some legal officers, I don't know whether they were lawyers, legal officers, supporters of Trinamool Congress, but the manner in which the High Court was maybe garrowed, is that the right word? I don't know, but an attempt made to intimidate the courtrooms last week, Priyanka.
Well, Mamata Banerjee has always said that, she wasn't aware about the kind of corruption which was happening in Bengal by her own ministers. But today, this has been proved that not only is she aware, but she is supporting them. Otherwise, a sitting chief minister would not go to anybody's office to hide things which were supposed to be seized by the ED because there were things to be hidden. When a company is being investigated for money laundering because there was certain amount of money which was transferred from one state to the other. Why? Because of this Trinamool Congress who was fighting the elections at Goa and certain transactions have been done. What is there? Why would a chief minister go to hide that? Because that money was black and she's aware of that. So the claim which Mamata Banerjee makes that she's very innocent and she doesn't know about the crime and the corruption being done by the TMC, that is not the truth. And now that the people of India are watching the same.
Okay, in fact, Supreme Court has just said, this is breaking news coming in, Supreme Court has just said that if ED had any intention to seize election data, they would have taken it, but they did not. You can't stop us from issuing notice. Then Sibal says, of course we can't, but we're only trying to persuade you. But the ED has also argued that a message should be sent once and for all, given that it has happened again and again and again in West Bengal. With CBI, with ED, several times officers have been attacked, officers arrested. Your take on that? On whether there should be a message sent out?
Of course, there has to be a very stringent message which has to go. Because this is the second time consecutively which is happening. Once the CBI officers are arrested because they were performing their duties when they went to Rajiv Kumar's house. And this is for the second time that chief minister enters and she picks up things and steals things, documents from there and goes. Now tell me, any industrialist or any businessman, would they want to invest in West Bengal? No, because they're seeing that it is a lawless state. The chief minister enters anywhere she wishes to and does anything. Yeah. There is no security of life here.
Where are the files?
Why would anybody come to Bengal? It's a lawless state.
No, where are the files? The ED says there's nothing with them. So where are the files? Has she taken everything? How is it possible that she's taken everything?
Took everything. I told you, if anybody conducted a raid that day, it was Mamata Banerjee. She conducted the raid and she took all the documents as if she was supposed to be the agency to conduct the raid.
Okay, I'll thank you at this point. Priyanka, we'll look forward to getting you back once again as the hearing progresses. Thank you very much. Priyanka Tibrewal, advocate, joining us. Aniket Ujjwal Nikam also joining us on the broadcast as the Supreme Court hears the case. In the national capital, the hearing is currently underway. As we speak, Sibal continues to argue, that is the lawyer for Mamata Banerjee, continues to argue that there is a video recording and he claims it's a blatant lie that all digital devices were taken. He says there is an attempt to create prejudice. But the fact is, the same lawyer has also admitted that Mamata Banerjee took away a laptop. He also admits that Mamata Banerjee also took away a mobile phone. And these are digital devices. People don't keep digital evidence in multiple devices. They keep it in one or two devices. Aniket, she's taken away the laptop and the iPhone or the mobile phone, obviously because there are conversations there, there are chats there, there is perhaps evidence there. In a case like this, when digital evidence is stolen, right, Aniket, what is left in a case? And how critical is this?
This is extremely critical, and I believe law and order in West Bengal is completely collapsed. The Chief Minister of Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, while the central agency is doing their process of investigating a crime, goes to the place, takes off the mobile, takes off the electronic evidence, and just leaves that place. This is nothing but obstructing government servants in discharging their official duty, which itself is a crime. And I believe in no other state in our country such situation has ever arisen where the chief minister goes and obstructs the investigating agency blatantly in discharging their duty. This is extreme high-handedness on part of the chief minister, and I believe the law and order in West Bengal is in turmoil.
Yeah, in fact, the Supreme Court has made just more observations. Has just said that there was a schedule by CJI about the time of arguments. A Solicitor General arguing for the Enforcement Directorate says it should also be said that lawyers cannot discuss such matters on shows. Kapil Sibal, who's Mamata Banerjee's lawyer, says also circular so that your officials don't leak details to the journalists of their liking. Supreme Court saying this is not the place for this. So this is a fiery hearing that is currently underway in the Supreme Court. I wanted to get your take on it because the ED has said that a message should be sent once and for all, given that this has happened in Bengal not once or twice, but several times.
See, if the investigating agency is allowed to be interfered with like this by the concerned state government, then in our country there will be total chaos. Because in any matter, in any other matter where the central investigating agency is investigating the crime, the local government over there would try and obstruct the central agency. So this cannot never be permitted. Number one. Number two, kindly look at the conduct of the chief minister. She just goes there, barges in, takes away the electronic evidence. I mean, this is nothing but tampering with the evidence. This is a clear-cut cognizable offense committed, where you try to interfere with the investigating agency and also takes away the material that is there, that should ideally be with the investigating agency, is lying with the chief minister.
Yes, absolutely. Now, okay, we have some more developments right now as we speak in the courtroom. Mamata Banerjee's lawyer says under Section 66, if there is any offense, it has to be reported to the probe machinery of the state. They are saying that charge them with these offences like trespassing, etc., when the Panchanama contradicts it. What is the role of police in a situation like this? Will their FIR really stand in the court of law when they claim trespassing, Aniket?
No, see, the investigating agency had gone there to investigate an offence or a complaint that was there. So they were completely within their rights to investigate and to seize material under a Panchanama. Now, over here, the situation is that while they were doing it, this entire process was, an attempt was made to stall it for the reasons best known to the chief minister. But the claim of the West Bengal police that they have committed an offence of trespass, so on and so forth, will not stand because the investigating agency is just doing their job. They are investigating and they are trying to inquire and find out something, whether an offence has been committed or not. Now, if they go, suppose what they are saying is that you should have come here, given 10 days notice in advance, then anybody would try and destruct the evidence in between.
Yeah.
The entire purpose of going there unannounced is not to give them a chance to, destruct the evidence.
Yes, Supreme Court, CJI, in fact, getting in some more details right now of the hearing that is underway. Let's get you some more details. Getting in more arguments that are being made. Justice Mishra says that there's some circular issued by CJI that should apply on limitations of time for counsels to argue. The Solicitor General for the Enforcement Directorate says there should also be a circular restraining media interview on such matters. Sibal then says, Mamata Banerjee's lawyer then says there should be a circular that CBI and ED should not be leaking information to journalists of their liking. Now, this is something that is being argued inside the court, and at this point, we are waiting for the counsels. In fact, the bench is discussing the matter. We are waiting for more updates, live updates from inside the courtroom. And the last update also being that Mamata Banerjee's lawyer says that if there is any offence, it has to be reported to the probe machinery in the state, adding that they're saying that charge them with these offences like trespassing, etc., when the Panchnama contradicts it. And there is an argument between both the Enforcement Directorate and Mamata Banerjee's lawyer on discussing such matters on public debates. And Mamata's lawyer also saying that there is a selective leak that happens, to several journalists, etc. Now, this is a high-stakes battle. It's ahead of elections in Bengal. And IPAC is the organization, the consultancy that handles the campaign for the Trinamool Congress. Now, they're questioning the timing of this case, Aniket, but is that a relevant argument, saying that since February last year, there was no development, not even last year, since February 2024, there was no development, but after 2 years, suddenly there's a development. There's a raid.
They are going to allege motives, but that does not make any difference, because if the investigating agency has reason to go there and search the premises, then they have the reason. Merely by saying that it is just before the elections, it is around the elections, that is a defense that is being taken by the West Bengal government. See, that's not really the point. The point is, if there is nothing, then nothing will really come out. But then who entitles or empowers a sitting chief minister to just barge in and obstruct a central investigating agency in this manner? Because if this is permitted, tomorrow every government, there would be a constant conflict between the state and the center. Where if the government is different, they will just come and stop the central agencies from doing their job. This is not what our federal structure of our constitution means.
Yeah. Abhishek Manu Singhvi is now arguing for the state of West Bengal and the DGP. He says this is forum shopping. Can he call it forum shopping? He says, I also raised the issue of forum shopping where the prayers are same in High Court and Supreme Court. Yes, you had an issue on the 9th of January, but you cannot be an excuse to ride two different horses. Sometimes emotions go out of hand, and we understand what the court is saying. Relevant test is yesterday. Supreme Court says emotions cannot go out of hand repeatedly. And then the Solicitor General for Enforcement Directorate says in an orchestrated manner. So the courts are not taking it well on how there was an attempt to perhaps intimidate, if I can use that word, the courts in Calcutta.
Right. We all have seen the manner in which the courts were, crowded, and people were raising slogans and were raising their voices over there, and it was complete chaos. That's what we had read and seen. So nobody would want that any can hijack judiciary in such a manner. And see, the Supreme Court is seized of the matter. Supreme Court will do what it has to do. We cannot really second guess. But the point remains that the high-handedness is extremely clear on part of the West Bengal government in the manner in which they have conducted themselves. Then it is for the Supreme Court, Honorable Supreme Court, to decide on this. Yeah.
Aniket, thank you at this point. The story is developing. We'll try and get you back in a short while from now. The hearing is underway. We'll try and go across to our reporters in West Bengal on the ground as well, and outside the Supreme Court. Supreme Court saying that they are disturbed by the developments in the Calcutta High Court and how there was an attempt to intimidate the courtrooms as well. So let me try and go across to the developments coming in. Supreme Court has said that emotions cannot go out of hand repeatedly. Rhythm is joining us live in a short while from now. ED says in an orchestrated manner, things are going out of hand again and again. So there is a motive being attributed by both sides, by both the Enforcement Directorate and also the Bengal government. The Bengal government says it appears to be a motivated raid, and on the other hand, the Enforcement Directorate has said that the manner in which they were targeted in Bengal and how even the courts were intimidated is a part of an orchestrated, coordinated manner, perhaps. That's the argument being made as we speak. At this point, we'll take a break. We'll come back with the live coverage. Enforcement Directorate petition being heard in the Supreme Court. As we speak, Abhishek Manu Singhvi arguing and appearing for the DGP and the state of Maharashtra saying that it's forum shopping. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Stay tuned. Live updates on Republic.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near...
Okay, live hearing in the Supreme Court, ladies and gentlemen. We're tracking the situation live. ED and Mamata government going head to head in the Supreme Court. There is a legal battle on. The legal battle is underway, and the hearing continues. Abhishek Manu Singhvi appearing for Mamata Banerjee government, and also the DGP says High Court with regard to Committee of Courts has passed an order. There's no dispute on that, so that is forum shopping. And then we come to the Panchnama part. What is relevant is this: either you are lying or your petition is lying. Search was conducted in peaceful and orderly manner. It is recorded. So Mamata government lawyer, the Bengal government lawyer claims that search was peaceful and orderly. Supreme Court says this shows they have done peacefully. And then Supreme Court is questioning Singhvi, and then Abhishek Manu Singhvi for the Bengal government says, I am saying this with this Panchnama, what you are projecting in the petition is false, or your Panchnama is false. So obstruction, can't do search, etc., is all false. Now Solicitor General says, we were informed, we were only informed by a casual email saying 11:30 a.m. You started searching at 6:45 a.m. And then the ED says email is email. And then the Bengal government says, please get your instructions clearly. This is just an attempt to cover tracks and create paper trail. So there are the facts being challenged by Bengal government, claiming that they were only sent an email intimation of the raids that are being conducted. And saying that the High Court passed an order, and that the fact that the case has reached the Supreme Court is forum shopping. And then speaking about the Panchnama, alleging that the Bengal government is either lying or the ED is either lying or ED's petition is lying. Bengal government claims search was conducted peacefully and in orderly manner. Look at the words. They claim the searches were conducted in peaceful and orderly manner. If peaceful and orderly means stealing files, then that's a new definition that we are seeing here. This is breaking news update now coming in. Bengal government claims that the search was conducted in peaceful and orderly manner, and they are challenging the facts of the case. We'll try and go across to Abhishek Kapoor as well, who will be joining us on the story. We'll go across to Shivam, who will be joining us live from the newsroom. And as we speak, the Bengal government claims that the ED Panchnama is false or the petition is false. As far as obstruction is concerned, claiming that Mamata obstructed, they claim is also false. Shivam is live. Shivam, if you can take us through the developments in court, please.
Yes, Niranjan, the latest developments that we are getting is of the arguments that are being made in the court right now. And the arguments, I'll carry on with the arguments that are being given in the court right now. What Kapil Sibal has said, he said till 12 p.m. no seizure took place, and it was only the laptop that was belonging to Prateek Jain, and the phone of Prateek Jain was seized, and she left the premise. So basically, they are trying to say that they have not taken any such data which is not related, which is related to some scam or something like that, and everything is related to election and their campaigning and their candidate list and whatsoever. And also, Kapil Sibal also said that, of course, we are only trying to persuade you. And the argument this was by Kapil Sibal, and Justice Mishra also said, the very important point made by Justice Mishra here, he said that if they had any intention to seize your election data, they would have taken it, but they did not. So this is a very major point that I think, that they would have taken it, but they did not. You cannot stop us from issuing notice. So this is the point that has been made by Justice Mishra. Now, in the other argument made by Kapil Sibal, he also said, why was the need to start this just before the election? So time and again, he's reiterating the same fact that why is it being done before the election? This is your petition. Last statement was recorded around February 2024. And if this is the knowledge which is coming out of SG, then what can be said? So this is an argument which is also happening. Justice Mishra also has mentioned this fact. He said in the lighter vein, what Mr. SG Mehta is suggesting, that if money is laundered, before elections, then what can be done by ED? This is also a point. So money laundering angle, the mentioning of money laundering angle is here, which is given, the mention of which has been given by Justice Mishra. And this SC also said this is not the place for this. Kapil Sibal also mentioned that also a circular so that your officials don't leak details to the journalists of the liking. So pretty much the same format, the same thinking of TMC and the opposition. They're saying that whatever data they have, they are alleging the ED to have hold of their data, but ED denies because all of the data was taken away by Mamata Banerjee. Even we showed the visuals while this was happening, how CM Mamata Banerjee barged in while the ED was there to conduct the raid, and CM Mamata Banerjee was not alone. The whole administration was with her, the police was there, senior officials were there. Also, Kapil Sibal made this argument. He said also a circular should be given that your officials don't leak details to the journalists of their liking. So again and again, they are mentioning the sensitivity of the data that ED might have, though ED has already denied the very fact. And also, Justice Mishra also said that there was a schedule by CJI about the time of arguments. Now, Kapil Sibal here on this gave a response, and he said that under section 66(2), if there is any offense, it has to be reported to the probe machinery of the state. Now, they are saying that charge them with these offenses like trespassing, etc., when their Panchnama contradicts it. Now, SG Mehta has responded to it and has said that in an orchestrated manner, and SC says that emotions cannot go out of hand repeatedly. So many strong arguments being given by both the parties, by both of them. Now, coming to what Abhishek Manu Singhvi, AM Singhvi has said, that if notice is issued, it must be made clear that there is strong opposition to the maintainability of this petition. It is only allowed in exceptional circumstances when the ED is completely helpless. He said that I appear for the state of West Bengal and DGP. I also raised the issue of forum shopping where the prayers are same in HC and SC. Yes, you had an issue on January 9, but that cannot be an excuse to ride two different horses. So many arguments are being made a reference to the Panchnama also. AM Singhvi also mentioned that I'm saying with this Panchnama, what are you projecting? Is in the plea is false or your Panchnama is false? So obstruction, can't do search, etc., is all false. This is what being the arguments being given by Singhvi. Now SG said that we were only informed by casual email, say 11:30 a.m. You started searching at 6:45 a.m. So this is the argument of being informed about the search also and related to that. And he said that you started searching pretty much early in the wee hours of the morning. That was the time you started the searching. This is the argument by AM Singhvi. And the SC says that this shows they have done peacefully, the point you also mentioned. Now, AM Singhvi also said High Court with regard to Committee of Courts passed an order not disputing that. So that is a forum shopping. And then we come to the Panchnama part, which is relevant is this: either you're lying or your petition is lying. So big statements are being made, and it is a developing story. We are getting a point-to-point update. All right. So these are the latest updates that I'm sharing with you. The SG Mehta, coming to AM Singhvi, what he said, please get your instructions clearly so that this is just an attempt to cover, track and create paper trail. And also senior advocate Sham Diwan for respondent 4 and 5, he said what has happened is subject to Article 226 of court. January 9 disruption should not have a lingering effect for this court to issue notice. If the case proceeds smoothly, then it is a better way to proceed. Also, now coming to the statement by ASG Raju, he has said that recording of FIR only requires a cognizable offence is enough for FIR. Hearing an accused is unheard of before registering the FIR. This is a case of theft, robbery and dacoity.
Shivam,
all right,
stay with me.
over to you.
Shivam, I have to take a break right now. We'll take a short break and come back. The live hearing continues. In fact, as we speak, the ED has not just made the Chief Minister a party to the crime, claiming that officers also should be suspended. We'll take a break. Coming back, live coverage continues on the hearing now underway in the Supreme Court, ladies and gentlemen.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want...
Getting in breaking news right now, the ED has argued that a registration of FIR is mandatory in this particular case if an offence is disclosed and no preliminary investigation is needed. And that is not the only scope, and only elements in the complaint have to be seen. They are also arguing that you can't really say they went to take their own material, etc. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee did not go there to take her own material. Here the Chief Minister is an accused, and theft was considered in connivance with the Director General of Police. Head of Police in West Bengal is an accomplice. She is the Home Minister as well. If any FIR is there, nothing will happen, and that is why a CBI probe is needed. The ED is arguing that if there is an FIR and the police is investigating it, it's not going to go anywhere, and it's going to be extremely interesting. They want a CBI investigation in the case, asking for a CBI probe into Mamata taking away the laptop and the iPhone, which her own lawyer has agreed did happen. And this is a breaking news update coming in, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, as we speak, the hearing is still underway. And ED says, if I don't come here directly, then my fundamental rights will be affected. Supreme Court asks, why can't you continue in the High Court, continue post-lunch, and the bench has risen. So they've broken for lunch. They've broken for lunch and the hearing will continue after the lunch. So that's a break that has taken place in the hearing. The bench has broken now and the hearing, I guess, will continue after the lunch break. And the last observation made by the Supreme Court was, why can't the hearing continue in the High Court? Okay, so let's see where the story goes. That's the latest update that we have of the court hearing ED versus Mamata in the Supreme Court. And as we speak, the court has risen for lunch and the hearing will continue. The ED is batting for an FIR to be filed, ED maintaining that certain judgments support registration of an FIR against Mamata Banerjee. ED adds that they can only come directly to the Supreme Court. There is no need to go before the High Court. And Justice Mishra says, why can't you continue before the High Court? Answer post-lunch. The bench will assemble after the lunch break. So this is a high-stakes battle and this will continue. The hearing will continue after lunch. So we've had so far a very high-profile battle of lawyers inside the Supreme Court over the file chori case. Now, what was in that green file? They claim that only digital files were stolen, but clearly visuals show that not just digital files, there were many files that were taken away. So obviously pictures and videos contradict the claim of Mamata Banerjee government, and Mamata Banerjee's own lawyer, Kapil Sibal, was appearing for Mamata Banerjee, and he claimed that digital devices were taken away because they were personal devices. And the fact is, ED says these were devices that held the evidence and were taken away by the Chief Minister along with her Chief Secretary, top bureaucrats, top police officers, and it amounts to theft. So arguments being made on both sides, ED maintaining that in the course of the argument, their stand has been that an FIR has to be filed and that the Chief Minister is liable for theft. Digital devices were stolen, laptop was stolen, phone was stolen, and that officers were blocked. And the Bengal government and Mamata Banerjee, their entire stand in this case has been that okay, so we'll switch tracks now and we'll get you some more breaking news updates now. The Supreme Court has this morning refused to hear the petition on Jananayagan, which is actor Vijay's movie. There is no update on that. The Supreme Court has asked for the Madras High Court to hear it. They've rejected the petition of the makers. The Supreme Court has asked the Madras High Court to be the court where the hearing happens. The court has said that there is no need for interference by the Supreme Court when the High Court division bench is considering the matter. The Supreme Court dismissed the petition filed by the producer of the Tamil film Jananayagan, starring actor politician Vijay, seeking clearance by the CBFC. A bench comprising Justice Deepankar Datta, Justice Augustine George Masid refused to entertain the matter, noting that the Madras High Court's division bench is scheduled to hear the matter on the 20th of January. Okay, the big coverage this morning has been from Mumbai, where voting is underway across 29 municipal corporations. This is not just Mumbai, but across Maharashtra. 227 seats in Mumbai. BMC elections being held after many years. 3.48 eligible voters expected to cast their ballot to decide the fate of nearly 15,900 candidates who will be contesting, with the BMC alone seeing about 1,700 candidates in the fray for 227 seats. Polling is taking place amid tight security arrangements in major cities such as Mumbai, Pune, Thane, with local issues, governance records and party alliances shaping the electoral contest. The counting of votes scheduled for tomorrow, 16th of January. That's tomorrow when the counting will take place. We had pictures of the Chief Minister casting his ballot. Let's play the pictures of the Chief Minister who cast his vote some time back. Top politicians across the state of Maharashtra casting their ballot. This is almost like a mini election, a mini state election. Devendra Fadnavis spoke a few minutes back. We'll play that soundbite. Devendra Fadnavis is pretty confident that his party and his alliance will win at least 28 of the 29 corporations on offer in the Maharashtra battle. It's not just Maharashtra, in fact. It is the big battle for Mumbai that everyone, each of these parties is putting their focus on. The BJP hoping that they win the battle for Mumbai. Mumbai, Pune, Thane, Nagpur, 4 major corporations where the focus will be on. Here are some responses that came in. The Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Fadnavis, after casting his ballot.
जानना चाहती हूँ कि आज ये बिग फाइट है, इतने साल बाद आज का ये दिन कितना महत्वपूर्ण है और कितना आशावादी हो आज?
ये बिग फाइट नहीं है, ये वन वे फाइट है क्योंकि महायुति की विजय 100% होगी। हमने सिर्फ प्रगति के आधार पे बात की है। बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो बयानबाजी पे उतरे। हमने सिर्फ सकारात्मक रूप से मुंबईकर से ये विनंती की है कि आप बाहर आइए, प्रगति के लिए वोट कीजिए। जो आप खड्डे मुक्त मुंबई चाहते हैं, जो आप गिरनी कामगार के लिए घर चाहते हैं, जो आप सुएज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट्स चाहते हैं, जो आप पर्यावरण के ऊपर ध्यान देना चाहते हैं, इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस चाहते हैं, तो महायुति एकमात्र उपाय है। जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट आपने देखा है ये अपरंपार रहा है और उसी परिप्रेक्ष्य में विनंती है मुंबईकर को कि आप बाहर आएं, वोट कीजिए, पहले मतदान और फिर जलपान।
इतना साल गुजर गया, दिस इज द रिचेस्ट
जाऊ का आता?
काय वातावरण तुम्हाला दिसतं? मोठ्या संख्येने लोक दिसतात का तुम्हाला मतदानासाठी?
29 महापालिकांमध्ये आज मतदान होतंय. बागे स्टेटमध्ये आहोत, तिथे पाहिलं मतदारांमध्ये प्रचंड उत्साह आहे. मुंबईमध्ये देखील 1 तासापूर्वी 25 आणि सगळीकडेच एक ट्रेंड पाहिला तर मतदानाला उत्साहाने लोक उतरलेत. मध्ये निवडणुका थोड्या लांबल्या असल्यामुळे मतदानाच्या प्रक्रिया लवकर व्हावी यासाठी आज सगळीकडेच एक उत्साहाचं वातावरण. लोकशाहीमध्ये सगळ्यांनीच मतदान केलं पाहिजे. कोणी मतदानाचा आपला हक्क आहे तो त्यापासून वंचित राहता कामा नये आणि म्हणून सगळ्यांनीच मतदान करावं. सर्व मतदारांनी असं मी विनंती करतो, त्यांना आवाहन करतो की आपल्या मताचा फार एका मताचं देखील मोल खूप आहे आणि म्हणून प्रत्येकाने मतदान करावं आपल्या शहराच्या विकासासाठी आणि त्याचबरोबर आपल्या भविष्यासाठी देखील सोयीसुविधांसाठी मतदान आवश्यक आहे आणि म्हणून सर्वजण या निवडणुकीमध्ये मोठ्या प्रमाणावर मतदान करतायत आणि मी एवढंच सांगेन की सगळ्यांनीच मतदान करावं. त्या भागातल्या महापालिकांचा विकास असेल, शहराचा विकास असेल, त्याचबरोबर ज्या काही सोयीसुविधा ज्या आहेत त्या मिळाल्या पाहिजे. म्हणून मतदान प्रक्रिया जी आहे ही प्रक्रिया पार पडली पाहिजे आणि उद्याचं भवितव्य आपलं जे आहे सुरक्षित केलं पाहिजे.
सर थोडा तुम्ही जी शाही दाखवली तुमच्या बोटावरची त्यावेळेस राज ठाकरे किंवा उद्धव ठाकरे यांनी आक्षेप घेतलेला आहे सॅनिटायझर लावल्यावर ही शाही निघते तर त्या शाही लावण्याला अर्थ काय?
मी आता निवडणूक आयोगाच्या काकांनींशी बोललो मगाशी. ते म्हणाले ही शाई जी आहे ही गेल्या अनेक वर्षापासून ही शाई वापरतो आपण. फक्त अगोदर आपण त्या बॉटलमधून घेऊन असं करतो मार्कर, आता ते डायरेक्ट हे करतो. त्यामुळे त्यांचं म्हणणं आहे की काही चॅनल्सवर त्यांनी त्याचा प्रयोग करून बघितला तर ती शाई ताबडतोब जात नाही आहे. तर निवडणूक आयोगाने त्याचा खुलासा केलेला आहे. आणि मला वाटतं एकच आहे की कुठल्याही प्रकारचं बोगस मतदान होऊ नये ही निवडणूक आयोगाने काळजी घेतलेली आहे. आणि अतिशय
Okay, it's a live feed from Mumbai where Eknath Shinde is speaking. The Deputy Chief Minister will go across to Meenakshi as well. Meenakshi, hearing of a turnout, we'll just update the turnout is 17 now. It's updated. The turnout is 17.73% voting till 11:30 a.m. High stakes battle. There are no alliances. There is not a single alliance which is split, which has stayed united in this. There is a split across different sections, across alliances, across parties. Alisha is back with us. Let's go across to Eknath Shinde.
मतदार वंचित राहू नये म्हणून तो वाढवला जातो. त्या 5:30च्या आतमध्ये सगळे लोक जेवढे लोक आतमध्ये त्यांना टोकनही दिलं जातं. त्यामुळे कुणी वंचित राहणार नाही याची काळजी निवडणूक आयोगाने घ्यावी.
काही पक्षांनी टीम नेमलेली असते स्पेशल दुबार मतदान थांबवण्यासाठी.
नाही, दुबार मतदान होत इथं प्रक्रिया लोकशाहीमध्ये आहे आणि ती राबवली पाहिजे.
सर जिस तरीके से आज आप मतदान देख रहे हैं क्या उत्साह लोगों में नजर आता है आपको? परसेंटेज बड़ा है, खास मुंबई जैसे शहर में लोग निकलते नहीं, बाहर का प्रतिशत होता है.
वही मुंबई जैसे शहर में मैं जब यहाँ निकला घर से तब 25% से ज़्यादा पार हुआ था. तो मुंबई में वोटिंग परसेंटेज सबसे ज़्यादा दिखाई पड़ रहा है. इसका मतलब ये है कि लोग उत्साह में ये मतदान के लिए उतरे हुए हैं मुंबई का. और ये जो मतदान है ये अपने शहर के विकास के लिए, अपने खुद के जो सुविधा है उसके लिए और अपना जो फ्यूचर भविष्य है वो सुरक्षित करने के लिए सभी लोगों ने मतदान करना चाहिए. लेकिन मुझे विश्वास है कि मुंबई में जिस प्रकार से जो मतदान हो रहा है, परसेंटेज बढ़ा हुआ है, तो इसका मतलब है वहाँ पर परिवर्तन और बदलाव निश्चित आएगा.
इसके अलावा सर जिस इंक की बात हो रही है राज ठाकरे उद्धव ठाकरे उस पर आपत्ति जताते कहते हैं कि निकल जा रही है, सैनिटाइजर लगाइए निकल जाती है, इसलिए उसके भरोसा नहीं दे रहे हैं.
नहीं, इसमें देखिए नहीं, इसके लिए डबल वोटिंग वो तो पोलिंग एजेंट तो उनके भी है ना, सभी पार्टी के पोलिंग एजेंट हैं. डबल वोटिंग करने का तो उसको ऑब्जेक्शन देना चाहिए. और चुनाव आयोग ने उसका स्पष्टीकरण भी दिया है. और मैंने भी चुनाव आयोग के अधिकारियों से पूछा है तो उन्होंने कहा कि 2012 से ये इंक का यूज़ करते. पहले सिर्फ वो इससे लगाते थे इंक बॉटल से, आज वो डायरेक्ट लगा रहे, लेकिन इसमें मार्कर से. लेकिन मेरा इतना ही है कि वो जो मतदान प्रक्रिया है पूरी तरह ट्रांसपेरेंट रहे और कोई भी तरह का उस नागरिकों को कोई भी उस पर शक ना आए, ऐसी प्रक्रिया चुनाव आयोग ने करनी चाहिए. और कोई भी इसमें से वंचित ना रहे वोटिंग से. सभी लोगों का वोटिंग का अधिकार जो है वो उनको मिलना चाहिए. लोकशाही में सभी लोगों ने मतदान करना चाहिए. इसलिए मैं सभी मतदाताओं को आह्वान करता हूँ, विनती करता हूँ कि आप सभी लोग जो अपना अधिकार है, एक वोट का बहुत कीमती वोट होता है अपना, इसलिए सभी लोगों ने मतदान करें, ऐसी विनती है.
सर बोगस मतदार को पकड़ने के लिए एक टास्क फोर्स बनाई गई, जिस तरीके से आए तो उनका हाथ पैर टूट जाते, ऐसी भाषा भी की गई है, उसको कैसे देखते हैं इस भाषा को?
देखिए, बोगस मतदान नहीं होना चाहिए, इसीलिए तो पोलिंग एजेंट हर पार्टी के वहाँ रहते हैं, हर पार्टी के पोलिंग एजेंट वहाँ रहते हैं. अगर हमको पता चलता है कि ये बोगस है तो उसका एक उसके पास आईडी होगा तो दूसरा पहचान पत्र उससे मांग सकते हैं और आरओ को कह सकते हैं ये बोगस है, इससे दूसरा आईडी प्रूफ मंगाओ. तो ऐसे करके बोगस वोटिंग नहीं होनी चाहिए. बोगस वोटर को वहाँ पर ऑब्जेक्शन उसके ऊपर जो पोलिंग एजेंट है वो लेंगे तो उसको वोटिंग कर नहीं सकता हूँ।
सर गणेश नायकांचं नावच वगळण्यात आलेलं आहे. खऱ्या अर्थाने
वोटिंग स्लिप
गणेश नायकांचं नावच नाम यादीमध्ये खऱ्या अर्थाने टांगापलटी झाला का?
कॉम्प्रोमाइज
तेच म्हणत होते अनेक वेळा की ठाण्याचा टांगापलटी होणार. तर गणेश नायकांचं
खासकर
नाव
नवी मुंबई शहर में हम देख रहे हैं कि कई जगहों से आपत्ति आ रही है कि वोटिंग स्लिप पे लोगो है, पार्टी का चिन्ह है, बीजेपी का या उम्मीदवार का फोटो है, वो स्लिप के तौर पर दिया जा रहा है, वो इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं।
कहाँ
इस तरह की भी कई जगहों से खबरें आ रही हैं, नवी मुंबई के कई प्रभागों से आ रही हैं।
देखिए अभी अंदर जाने के टाइम सिर्फ नंबर देखते हैं, वो जो नंबर है पोलिंग बूथ नंबर है और मतदाता का स्लिप नंबर जो है अनुक्रमांक वो देख के वोटिंग होती है।
मनकांचं नाव नाही यादीमध्ये, मनकांचं नाव यादीमध्ये नाही आहे.
सर लगता है कहीं ना कहीं कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो रहा है।
सर एक तरफ आपके डेवलपमेंट का मुद्दा है और दूसरी तरफ एलिगेशंस ऑपोजिशन का, कितने कॉन्फिडेंट हो आप? एक तरफ आप
Okay, so that was Eknath Shinde, the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister, hopeful that he claims it's a high turnout, and he's seeing a high turnout, says it could be for the BJP, saying advantage BJP in Shiv Sena. Let me go across to Satya Prakash joining us. Satya Prakash, abhi tak kitna hua hai? Okay, that's a live shot from Eknath Shinde. If the audio is stable, let's go across to it.
परिवर्तन का चिन्ह है।
सर लास्ट क्वेश्चन है कि ब्रेक वे फ्रॉम शिवसेना, ये पहला चुनाव है जो आप चुनौती दे रहे हैं और अपोजिशन आपसे डर रहा है, इसलिए इतना एलिगेशंस आपके ऊपर, आप कैसे रिएक्ट करोगे?
वो एलिगेशन करते हैं, अभी उनको पता चला है कि हम हारने वाले, वो लोग अपोजिशन हारने का ग्राउंड तैयार कर रहा है और इसलिए वो सब आरोप प्रत्यारोप कर रहे हैं। हमें उससे कुछ ये नहीं है, परहेज नहीं, वो अपना आरोप करें। लोग तो वोटिंग करेंगे विकास को, डेवलपमेंट को और अपना भविष्य सुरक्षित करने के लिए। और निश्चित रूप से मैं कहूँगा कि लोगों को इसमें आरोप में, टीका टिप्पणी में कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है। उन लोगों को डेवलपमेंट में इंटरेस्ट है। हमें क्या सुविधा मिलने वाली उस पर इंटरेस्ट है।
थैंक यू सर।
ऑलराइट सत्य प्रकाश, कितना हुआ है अभी तक, एंड कंपेयर किया जाए तो इज इट अ गुड नंबर टर्नआउट?
देखिए नीरज, जिस तरह से अभी तक वोटिंग हुई 17% लगभग हुआ है और जिस तरह से ये अभी तक देखने को मिल रहा है कि जो पिछले जो चुनाव हुए थे 2017 में 55% हुआ था। कहीं कहीं जिस तरह से लगातार जो मतदाता, जो वोटर है वो घरों से निकल रहे हैं, वोटिंग कर रहे हैं। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ यहाँ पे जुहू का, और यहाँ पे लगातार यहाँ पे जो मतदाता है, जो वोटर है, लगातार आ रहे हैं और मतदान करने के लिए। लेकिन इस बार जो लोगों के दिमाग में चीज आ रहा है कि लोग डेवलपमेंट, विकास को देखते हुए वोटिंग कर रहे हैं। कई वोटर हैं जो उनसे बात किया तो उनका कहना था कि मुंबई में जो है विकास को देखते हुए हमने वोट किया है, रोड, सड़क, पानी को देखते हुए किया कि जिस तरह से हमारे इलाके में, हमारे जो एरिया में विकास किस तरह से हो रहा है उसको देखते हुए वोट किया है। तो फिलहाल कहीं कहीं जो सुबह का था, सुबह कम वोटिंग हो रहा था, लेकिन धीरे धीरे कहीं कहीं अब रफ्तार बढ़ रही है। लोग घरों से निकल रहे हैं, मतदान कर रहे हैं, मतदान केंद्र पर आ रहे हैं और आने वाले जो बताया जा रहा है कि कुछ ही जो अभी दूसरा आंकड़ा आएगा तो कहीं कहीं ये आंकड़े और बढ़ सकते हैं। लगातार लोगों से गुहार लगाया जा रहा है कि लोग घरों से बाहर निकले और आकर मतदान करें। लेकिन इस बार दूसरा चीज देखने को मिला कि जो 2017 की तस्वीरें थी वो कुछ अलग थी। उस समय जो शिवसेना एक थी, अब शिवसेना दो हो चुकी है। शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे गुट और शिवसेना शिंदे गुट। जहां ठाकरे ब्रदर्स आए हैं, दोनों भाई एक साथ चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, वहीं बीजेपी और शिंदे गुट बीएमसी चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं। तो कहीं न कहीं यहाँ पे कांटे की टक्कर दिख रही है। लेकिन लोगों का कहना है कि हम विकास के मुद्दे को देखकर वोट दे रहे हैं, जो हमारे इलाके में जो डेवलपमेंट हुआ उसको देखकर हम मतदान कर रहे हैं। जी
बिल्कुल सत्य प्रकाश, मैं शिवम दिस साइड, मतलब बहुत बड़ा इलेक्शन है। पहली बात तो ये बड़े दिग्गज चेहरे मैदान में उतरे हैं, ये बात भी है। हाई प्रोफाइल सेलिब्रिटीज और बड़े बड़े राजनेता वहां पर मतदान करने पहुंचे। कितना महत्वपूर्ण है, 29 म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशंस का चुनाव है बीएमसी में, इतने सालों के बाद ये चुनाव हुआ है। लोगों में उत्साह, लोगों के मुद्दे, वो सारी बातें जरा आप विस्तार से बताइएगा और जो कुछ घटित हो रहा है लाइव अपडेट्स के साथ आप बताते चलिए।
देखिए शिवम, जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में 29 महानगर पालिका का चुनाव हो रहा है, सबसे अहम जो है मुंबई यानी बीएमसी का चुनाव हो रहा है, क्योंकि 2017 के बाद 2026 मतदान हो रहा है और काफ़ी दिनों से लोग इंतजार कर रहे थे, लेकिन किन्हीं वजह से मतदान नहीं हो पा रहा था, वोटिंग नहीं हो पा रहा। लेकिन जिस तरह से आज देखने को मिल रहा, तस्वीरें जो देखने को मिल रहा है कि लोग कहना है कि हमारे इलाके में डेवलपमेंट हुआ है, रोड, सड़क, पानी, 3 मुद्दों को लेकर लोग ध्यान देकर वोट कर रहे हैं। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूं यहां मतदान केंद्र के बाहर की, और लगातार यहां पे जो है मतदाता यहां पहुंच रहे हैं वोटिंग करने के लिए। ऐसे मुंबई के 10,000 ज़्यादा मतदान केंद्र हैं और वहां पर लोग पहुंच रहे हैं और मतदान कर रहे हैं। लोगों का विकास का मुद्दा है, इलाके का रोड का मुद्दा है, साथ ही पानी का मुद्दा है। 3-4 मुद्दे को लेकर यहाँ के जो लोकल नेता के आधार पर लोग वोट कर रहे हैं। लेकिन राजनीति तस्वीर की बात करते हैं, राजनीति तस्वीर जो 2017 में जो थी वो उससे काफ़ी अलग हो चुकी है। शिवसेना बढ़ चुकी है, 2 भाग हो चुका है, एनसीपी 2 भाग हो चुका है, एनसीपी अजित पवार, एनसीपी शरद पवार गुट हो चुका है। तो कहीं ना कहीं राजनीति
सत्यप्रकाश आप बने रहिए हमारे साथ। आपका शुक्रिया। आपसे हम आपके पास बार बार आते रहेंगे। ऑलराइट, वी स्पोक टू पीयूष गोयल ऑन रिपब्लिक टीवी। लेट्स वॉच व्हाट ही सेड।
It is a great privilege to participate in this festival of democracy. Mumbai.
See, people have always voted for development, be it Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha or Nagar Palika. You have seen the margin of victory in Vidhan Sabha. We contested 80 seats. We got elected in 60 seats. Then in Nagar Palika also we fought 135. We won more than 65 seats in Nagar Palika elections. So this is truly based on developmental politics. There is no space for the emotional politics in Maharashtra. People have showed again and again the immense faith in Shiv Sena and Mahayuti.
You are saying only development, and the opposition are always saying allegation and allegation. Till today, they have alleged that there are some areas where money distribution was done by your party. So, what is your reaction on it?
Opposition does not have any work other than doing allegations. We believe in development. So I think people will vote for development.
Last question. We have seen one picture today, you, your grandfather and your father. So 3 generations come together and cast your vote. Is it a challenge to Thackeray brand?
Since many years, our whole family comes together on several occasions, and every time when there is elections, the family as a whole votes together. And if you see, 3 generations today casted vote: my grandfather, my father, and me.
So last question. How confident you are?
Very confident. Mahayuti will win all the elections. We are contesting in 29 municipal corporations. Majority of the municipal corporations, Mahayuti mayor will get elected.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So, as you have seen, Niranjan, we have spoken with Eknath Shinde exclusively. Right. Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra spoke only with Republic TV and Shrikant Shinde. They are very confident win to this election.
Thanks for the latest updates. We'll come back to you for more information, because these are the live pictures and what's unfolding in Maharashtra elections, biggest elections, one of the biggest elections coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. Short commercial break. Coming back, and we'll show you the mega coverage of Maharashtra elections.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the two tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
the icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the two tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and in this bulletin, our top focus will be on Maharashtra. Now, voting is underway across 29 municipal corporations in Maharashtra. This is Maharashtra municipal corporation elections. Main focus on BMC elections too. The results will be declared tomorrow. That is on Friday, 16 January. This and a lot more. But first up, the headlines. Voting is underway across 29 municipal corporations in Maharashtra. BMC election results on Friday, 16 January. High-stakes legal battle today. ED seeks registration of FIR against Mamata Banerjee, suspension of bureaucrats for obstructing raids. Grand display of military prowess and India's indigenous capabilities during Army Day Parade in Jaipur. Bhairav Battalion makes debut. At least 15 Indian crew members arrested by Iran Revolutionary Guard. Families send SOS to Government of India. Trump says options to acquire Greenland still open, reiterates necessity of move for national security. All right, viewers, let's begin with our first top story. Big breaking news. This is coming from Maharashtra. Now, voting is underway across 29 municipal corporations in Maharashtra, including the high-profile BMC. Now, as civic body elections are being held after a long gap, around 3.48 crore eligible voters are expected to cast their ballots to decide the fate of nearly 15,900 candidates contesting 2,869 seats, with the BMC in focus. BMC alone seeing around 1,700 candidates in the fray for 227 seats. Now, polling is taking place amid tight security arrangements in the major cities such as Mumbai, Pune and Thane, with local issues, governance records and party alliances shaping the electoral contest. The counting of votes is scheduled for Friday, January 16, that is tomorrow, and we are getting you the latest updates and the latest visuals and the reactions. All right, we spoke to Eknath Shinde just a short while ago. Let's listen into what he said.
ऑपोजिशन का एलिगेशन से तो आप कितने कॉन्फिडेंट हो?
पूरा कॉन्फिडेंट है मैं, और मुझे डेवलपमेंट पे भरोसा है. लोग आरोप पे नहीं, टीका टिप्पणी पे नहीं, लोग डेवलपमेंट पे वोट करेंगे. डेवलपमेंट पे वोट करेंगे, इसलिए मुंबई में देखा है कि 25% से ज़्यादा वोटिंग हुई है. यह बदलाव का चिन्ह है, परिवर्तन का चिन्ह है.
सर, लास्ट क्वेश्चन है कि ब्रेक वे फ्रॉम शिवसेना, ये पहला चुनाव है जो आप चुनौती दे रहे हैं और ऑपोजिशन आपसे डर रहा है, इसलिए इतना एलिगेशंस आपके ऊपर, आप कैसे रिएक्ट करोगे?
वो एलिगेशन करते हैं. अभी उनको पता चला है कि हम हारने वाले. वो लोग ऑपोजिशन हारने का ग्राउंड तैयार कर रहा है और इसलिए वो सब आरोप प्रत्यारोप कर रहे हैं. हमें उससे कुछ ये नहीं है, परहेज नहीं. वो अपना आरोप करें. लोग तो वोटिंग करेंगे विकास को, डेवलपमेंट को और अपना भविष्य सुरक्षित करने के लिए. और निश्चित रूप से मैं कहूँगा कि लोगों को इसमें आरोप में, टीका टिप्पणी में कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है. उन लोगों को डेवलपमेंट में इंटरेस्ट है. हमें क्या सुविधा मिलने वाली उस पर इंटरेस्ट है.
महापालिका स्थानीय निकाय चुनाव के लिए कैंपेन तो बहुत हुआ. भावनिक मुद्दे आए, विकास के मुद्दे आए, जोड़ तोड़ के आए, सब मुद्दे आए. लेकिन मैं जिन जिन लोगों से बात कर रहा हूँ उसमें नज़र ये आ रहा है, ध्यान में ये आ रहा है कि लोग मेरे जीवन, रोज़मर्रा की ज़िंदगी में जो सुकून लाए, जो विकास लाए, उसको मैं वोटिंग करूँगा. ये मतदाताओं ने ठान लिया है, ऐसा मैं महसूस कर रहा हूँ.
तो संजय राउत कह रहे हैं कि भाजपा को हिंदू तो बाला साहब ठाकरे ने सिखाया.
राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ की स्थापना 1925 में हुई और भारतीय जनता पार्टी, भारतीय जनसंघ ये संघ का ही अंग है. इसलिए अगर हिंदुत्व इस देश में किसी ने शुरू किया, वो राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ ने किया, तो किसने किससे लिया ये संजय राउत जान ले. और कई बार माननीय शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने भी कहा है कि संघ के हिंदुत्व को मैंने तड़का दिया, मतलब मैंने उसमें एडिशन किया. ये अगर बाला साहब का वक्तव्य संजय राउत भूले हैं तो हम क्या कर सकते हैं.
हमारी म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन का चुनाव हो रहा है. हमारे लोकतंत्र की एक ऐसी इकाई है जिसको हम लोकतंत्र की मूलगामी आधारशिला कह सकते हैं. इसलिए इसमें मतदान करना ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है. जिनका भारत के लोकतंत्र पर विश्वास है, ऐसे सभी लोगों से मेरी प्रार्थना है कि आप मतदान के लिए जाइए. मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि मतदान ये केवल आपका अधिकार नहीं है, तो ये आपका कर्तव्य भी है. लोकतंत्र में अगर हम अच्छा शासन चाहते हैं तो हम मतदान के लिए जाएं. इसलिए मैंने भी मतदान किया है. मैं सभी को अपील करता हूं, आप भी मतदान कीजिए, बड़े से बड़ी संख्या में मतदान कीजिए. कोई भी अपने घर पे नहीं रुके. सभी लोग लोकतंत्र के इस उत्सव में सम्मिलित हो, ऐसा मैं सबसे निवेदन करता हूं.
ऑलराइट, वी हैव सत्य प्रकाश विद अस। सत्य प्रकाश हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, लगातार कवरेज बना के रखा हुआ है उन्होंने। इतना बड़ा चुनाव है और सबसे बीएमसी की अगर बात की जाए तो इसकी तुलना ही नहीं की जा सकती। सत्य प्रकाश, और ठीक है, सबसे पहले आई एम गेटिंग दिस मीनाक्षी हैज समबडी विद हर, स्विचिंग अक्रॉस टू मीनाक्षी। मीनाक्षी, ओवर टू यू।
Yeah, I am now at Thane. As you have seen that there are lots of voters turning out in for this election.
Yes, please keep on saying.
Yeah, from early morning we are now. There is some problem issue. Okay. From early morning, what we have seen that we are seeing that here, not only here, suburbs and the South Mumbai, there are lots of people are coming to cast their vote, and you can see now I am at Thane, and here many people are have been lining up for voting, and there are lots of people in them, lots of those who are first time voter, and there are some senior citizens.
All right, we are getting a big breaking news right now at this moment. MNS Chief Raj Thackeray alleged that the government was manipulating the voting process to retain power, claiming that the traditional indelible ink used during elections has been replaced with a new pen whose ink reportedly fades when hand sanitizer is used. Now, speaking critically, Thackeray said complaints have emerged that the ink disappears, sarcastically remarking that voters could apply the ink, step outside to wipe it off and return to vote again. Raj Thackeray claims this. Now he's saying that they can again wipe that off, the ink, they can wipe that off and return to vote again, but also alleging that new rules have been introduced even for campaigning. He said these developments demonstrate that the government is willing to go to any extent to remain in power. All right, we have Satya Prakash with us. Satya Prakash, ये कुछ ऐसे आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं कि भाई जो इंक होती है, हम सब जानते हैं कि इंडेलिबल इंक बोला जाता है उसको मिटा पाना मुश्किल होता है, लगभग नामुमकिन होता है, लेकिन अब ये नया आरोप लगाया जा रहा है कि भाई आप अंदर वोट डालिए, बाहर आइए, सैनिटाइजर लगाइए और वापस जाएंगे वोट करने के लिए। ये क्या दिखाता है और कितनी सच्चाई, कितने तथ्य आपके पास, क्या डिटेल्स इसके बारे में आ रहे हैं, वो भी हमारे साथ साझा करते चलिए।
देखिए शुभम, सुबह से ही लगातार आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं, लेकिन जो राज ठाकरे द्वारा आरोप लगाया गया है कि जो इंक है, लोग इंक मिटाकर दोबारा वोटिंग कर रहे हैं, ऐसा आरोप लगाया गया। लेकिन जो चुनाव अधिकारी है उन्होंने साफ तौर से इनकार किया है इस मुद्दे को लेकर। ये जब आरोप लगाया गया था, सुबह भी आरोप लगाया गया था, कई लोग आरोप लगाए थे, लेकिन चुनाव जो अधिकारी है उनका कहना है कि इस इंक को मिटाया नहीं जा सकता इतनी जल्दी, और जो बातें कही जा रही है राज ठाकरे के द्वारा वो पूरी तरह से गलत है। कल राज ठाकरे ने ईवीएम पर भी सवाल खड़ा किया था। उन्होंने कहा था कि ईवीएम जो है जिस तरह से बदला जा रहा है और जिस तरह से ईवीएम को लेकर सवाल आ रहे हैं, कहीं कहीं ईवीएम से वोटिंग नहीं होना चाहिए। तो बीजेपी ने निशाना साधते हुए कहा था कि मतदान होने के पहले कहीं कहीं राज ठाकरे अपनी हार मान लिए हैं, तो अब कहीं कहीं ईवीएम की बात, स्याही की बात किया जा रहा है। फिलहाल मैं मतदान केंद्र की तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूं कि यहाँ पे मतदान लगातार लोग जो मतदान करने के लिए लोग आ रहे हैं, लेकिन जो राज ठाकरे द्वारा आरोप लगाया जा रहा है उसको लेकर जो चुनाव अधिकारी है, जो बूथ पे मौजूद है, वो सारी चीज़ों को इनकार कर रहे हैं। उनका कहना है कि जो स्याही लगाया जा रहा है, जो इंक लगाया जा रहा है, उसको मिटाया नहीं जा सकता है। जो राज ठाकरे जो आरोप लगा रहे हैं पूरी तरह से गलत है। चुनाव अधिकारी जो हर वार्ड पे हर मतदान बूथ पे है, वो उनका कहना है कि हम इसके पहले इसको टेस्ट किया गया था, यहाँ के लोगों से पूछा गया, जो आरोप लगाए गए हैं कहीं कहीं पूरी तरह से गलत है। तो कहीं कहीं लगातार जो राज ठाकरे द्वारा आरोप लगाए जा रहे हैं, कल ईवीएम पे सवाल खड़े किए गए थे और अभी जो है स्याही पे सवाल खड़े किए जा रहे हैं, कहीं कहीं इन सारी चीज़ों को लेकर चुनाव अधिकारी दरकिनार कर रहे हैं और इनकार कर रहे हैं। जी
सत्यप्रकाश, इतने अब लंबे समय से आप पत्रकारिता के क्षेत्र में हैं, बट ऐसी दलीलें तो कभी सुनाई नहीं दी गई कि भाई आप इंक मिटा दिया जा रहा है, सैनिटाइजर लगाया जा रहा है और मतलब ये तो फिर बड़ा क्रिमिनल एलिगेशन हो गया कि कैसे आपने वहाँ पे कुछ लोग उसको मिटा रहे हैं। हालांकि बिल्कुल आपने साफ कहा, चाहे बीएमसी की तरफ से हो चाहे इलेक्शन कमीशन की तरफ से हो, उनकी तरफ से, दोनों की तरफ से रिस्पॉन्स आ रहा है कि ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन ये दिखाता है कि क्या कुछ हो रहा है। All right, we are getting another big breaking news right now at this moment. Uddhav Thackeray on Thursday called for action against the Maharashtra State Election Commissioner, questioning the delay in conducting the state municipal elections. Now, Uddhav said that it should be revealed how the election commissioner is paid and demanded action against those responsible for the delay in the state municipal polls. So again, they are highlighting the delay in the polls, why there was a delay in the poll. So big allegation by Uddhav Thackeray. He's also questioning ECI now. He's asking the election commission why there is this delay. Uddhav Thackeray, this comes from Uddhav Thackeray, on Thursday called for action against the Maharashtra State Election Commissioner. Now he's questioning why there has been a delay in conducting the state municipal elections. Now they have said that it should be revealed how the election commissioner is paid and demanded action against those responsible for the delay in the state municipal polls. So he's asking, how does he get paid? Strange allegations by Uddhav, and asking by how is it should be revealed that how the election commissioner is getting paid and demanded action. Now, all right, we have Meenakshi for more details on this story. Meenakshi, one allegation after the other. Just now we showed the allegation of indelible ink being wiped off by the fingers of those who have casted vote, and they can go again and cast vote as alleged by the opposition. And now again, Uddhav Thackeray has called for action against Maharashtra State Election Commissioner. What are the updates you're getting right now at this moment?
Yeah, we have got that information that Uddhav Thackeray alleged about the delay of the election. But what is the logic behind it? Today's election is underway, and he was asking about why it delayed in this election from several years. We know the procedure of court was going there, and about this election, after one and another allegation made by Uddhav Thackeray. Now Uddhav Thackeray alleged about the delay of election, and a few hours ago his camp alleged about the ink, about the election transparency. So there are lots of allegations from Uddhav camp, from Shiv Sena UBT camp. So we have asked this question to Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. What is your response on this allegation? So he said Uddhav Thackeray has no choice now. That's why he is making allegations.
All right, viewers, so these were the latest updates from Maharashtra on what was happening in Maharashtra, the latest updates from elections happening in Maharashtra. All right, let's move on to our next top story. Now, families of Indian seafarers detained in Iran have made an urgent appeal to the External Affairs Ministry. At least 15 Indians were detained after the oil tanker MT Valiant Roar was intercepted at Iran's Bandar Abbas port. Now, families claim no consular access has been given and allege that Indian crew members have been taken to prison by Iranian guards. Take a look at this report for more information.
Families of Indian seafarers detained in Iran have made a desperate appeal to the Ministry of External Affairs, seeking urgent diplomatic intervention. At least 15 Indian crew members were detained after the oil tanker MT Valiant Roar was intercepted at Bandar Abbas port in Iran. According to the appeal submitted by the families, the vessel operated by Prime Tankers LLC Dubai was intercepted by Iran's Revolutionary Guard on December 8, 2025. The ship had 17 to 18 crew members on board, including 15 nationals. Families claim that on January 6, 2026, 10 crew members were taken into custody and jailed by Iran authorities. They say 6 to 7 crew members, including the captain, continue to remain on board the vessel. The families allege that they have had no contact with the detained seafarers and have received no official information on their location, health, legal status, or charges. Republic TV spoke to the families of the detained Indian seafarers. The families claim that no consular access has been provided to any of the Indian crew members so far.
With regards to the response that you all have got so far, you are saying that it's almost been a month since the detention has actually taken place. Now the latest information coming in of the fact that the crew members have been taken into the prison. Have they actually told you what are the charges and what is your window of communication right now?
No, sir, nothing.
There are no charges. I mean, we cannot get. I have tried with the various sources. Even the consulates or the ambassador, they are not aware of the charges yet. Even the master on board, they are not aware of the charges yet. They don't have any information what are the charges, why they have been taken to prison, no idea. And whoever you speak to, all of them are giving a vague reasons of taking them to prison. At the moment, nothing is, we really cannot understand what actually is the scenario. Of late, since the internet in Iran has been shut down, the communication is still like now we are not able to get in touch with the consulates or even the ambassador. So whatever information I'm getting from the master on board.
The incident comes amid ongoing protests and heightened tensions in Iran, raising serious concerns over the safety and rights of Indian seafarers. Families are now urging the government of India to ensure consular access, ascertain the well-being of the crew, and work towards their early release and safe return.
All right, viewers, let's shift our focus to our next top story that we are getting right now. Federation of Indian Pilots has issued a legal notice dated 11 January 2026 to the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau regarding the summoning of Captain Varun Anand in connection with the investigation of the AI-171 crash. And the notice states that Captain Varun Anand is a commercial pilot and the nephew of the deceased pilot in command, late Captain Sumit Sabharwal. It records that Captain Varun Anand had no association with the aircraft or the flight in question, including its planning, dispatch, operation, maintenance, certification, airworthiness clearance or crew imposition. He was not present at the site of the accident and does not possess any factual, technical or operational knowledge relating to the circumstances of the accident. All right, for more to talk on this issue, we have C.S. Randhawa, President FIP. Sir, if you can put this into perspective, what exactly does this legal notice convey? What is the messaging?
The legal, Shivam, the legal notice has been served because the AIB had written to the airline, and the airline has been pressurizing the captain to go and attend the proceedings with AIB. Now, first of all, it is against the rules of the AIB and also as per Annex 13 of ICAO. This does not fall under the purview of the calling of Varun to AIB, does not fall under these categories of any witnesses who could be of any use towards the finalization of the inquiry. Now, if he is not concerned, then why should he appear before the AIB? He is not a subject matter expert, and why should he be subjected to it? So, a legal notice was sent. He is our lifetime member, and we took this as an obligation towards ourselves, and we have issued the legal notice. Our lawyers have taken his concurrence, and we served the legal notice to the airline, to the AIB. Now, the point of issue is that legal notice is issued even after that he's being told to go and attend the proceedings with AIB. Now, in what context are they calling him? First of all, he's not a subject matter expert. He's not concerned anywhere with the accident. He's not even type qualified. So why should he be subjected to all these investigations?
All right. All right. Thanks a lot for joining us on this issue and giving your insight on what's happening and about the legal notice that has been given. Thanks a lot, Captain C.S. Randhavaji. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, high-stakes legal battle today. ED seeks registration of FIR against Mamata Banerjee, suspension of bureaucrats for obstructing raids. More on this after a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they...
Well, it was time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, high-stakes legal battle today. ED seeks registration of FIR against Mamata Banerjee, suspension of bureaucrats for obstructing raids.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, हार्डकोर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavy...
Right, viewers, coming up next, high-stakes legal battle today. ED seeks registration of FIR against Mamata Banerjee, suspension of bureaucrats for obstructing raids.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy. The US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant...
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
viewers, this is Republic Niva Bupa Health Insurance Studio, your one-stop destination for all the breaking news updates. I am Shivangi Shukla. Let's get started. Voting underway across 29 municipal corporation in Maharashtra. BMC election results on Friday, 16th of January. Yeah. High stakes legal battle today. ED seeks registration of FIR against Mamta Banerjee. Suspension of bureaucrats for obstructing raids. Grand display of military prowess and indigenous capabilities during Army Day parade in Jaipur. Bhairav Battalion makes debut. At least 15 Indian crew members arrested by Iran. Revolutionary Guard families send SOS to Government of India. Trump says options to acquire Greenland still open, reiterates the importance of a move for national security. All right, in connection with the murder of 24-year-old student Angel Chakma, which took place on December 9th in the Silakai area of Uttarakhand's capital, Dehradun. The Dehradun police have now initiated the extradition process to arrest the absconding prime accused, Yagyaraj Avasthi, who is currently in Nepal. Dehradun SSP Ajay Singh stated that the main accused has fled to Nepal and the process of extradition has now been started to bring him back. For this purpose, a local intelligence unit has also sent a report to the central agency. So Uttarakhand police initiate the extradition process. A very important update coming in the murder of 24-year-old student Angel Chakma, which took place on December 9 in Dehradun. And we have been talking about the story, and how that very brutal assault took place on this 24-year-old student Angel Chakma, who was brutally assaulted and sustained very, very serious injuries. The murder of this student, that we see the investigation has really moved forward in terms of the next steps. The Dehradun police have initiated the extradition process to arrest the absconding prime accused, Yagyaraj Avasthi, who is currently in Nepal. Dehradun SSP Ajay Singh stated that the main accused has fled to Nepal. All right, let's go to Ratan. I think we have Ratan with us. Let's go to Ratan, who is joining us live. Ratan, now we see that the probe has really picked up there the murder of the student Angel Chakma, and we have been reporting the story. Now we see that some action is being taken and the process has now become much faster. If you could help our viewers understand what the latest is.
देखिए नस्लवादी टिप्पणी के चलते एंजल चकमा की हत्या यहां पर हो गई थी और 14 दिन तक उनका देहरादून के निजी अस्पताल में इलाज चला। 5 आरोपियों को यहां पर गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया था, लेकिन छठा जो महत्वपूर्ण आरोपी था वो गिरफ्तार नहीं हुआ जा सका। वो नेपाल भाग गया था। पुलिस लगातार दबिश दे रही थी। उत्तराखंड की अगर एलआईयू की बात की जाए, वो लगातार दबिश दे रही थी, लेकिन अभी तक वो उत्तराखंड पुलिस के हाथ नहीं लगा है। अब सूत्रीय बता रहे हैं, देहरादून के एसएसपी अजय सिंह ने यहां पर बताया कि मुख्य आरोपी का पता लग चुका है। प्रत्यारोपण की प्रक्रिया यहां पर शुरू की जा चुकी है। वर्तमान में वो नेपाल में और कभी भी उसको गिरफ्तार कर उत्तराखंड लाया जा सकता है। इस प्रकार की पूरी जानकारी यहां पर मिल रही है। एसएसपी अजय सिंह ने इस बात को कहा है। नेपाल में उसकी लोकेशन मिल चुकी है। प्रत्यारोपण की प्रक्रिया इस वक्त नेपाल में चल रही है और कभी भी अंजल को 24 घंटे के अंदर
Ratan, I really wanted to hold on for a second there because we're being joined by Mr. Tarun Prasad Chakma. Angel Chakma's father is joining us live. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Chakma. It's a very important development we're seeing. And अभी जो process है to bring justice and to bring the justice back. And if you could also tell our viewers, what do you really feel about this? Because we see that abhi jo process of justice ka abhi shuru hua hai. Mr. Chakma.
जी मैडम, अभी मैडम 1 महीना 4-5 दिन हो गया मैडम. आज तो 15 तारीख हो गया, 9 तारीख को हुआ था. अभी तो पकड़ा नहीं मैडम. जो बहुत ढीला चल रहा है मैडम पुलिस का.
मिस्टर चक्र जो प्राइम अक्यूज्ड है वो नेपाल भाग गया था, तो आपका मैसेज क्या है अभी एजेंसीज को? आपको लग रहा है कि वो जो अक्यूज्ड है वो भाग गया था, वापस आएगा जल्दी?
अभी तो मैडम मुझे तो लग नहीं रहा मैडम. मैं चाहता हूँ जल्दी जस्टिस मिले मेरा बच्चे को मैडम.
हाँ, अभी आपका अपील क्या है? अभी जो अथॉरिटीज है, व्हाट डू यू अपील फ्रॉम देम? आप क्या चाहते हैं कि अब जस्टिस कैसे मिले?
अपील मैडम, हाँ मैडम, अपील में मैडम शेखर से पकड़ के मैं केस को दिल्ली में हैंडओवर करना चाहता हूँ. मैं देहरादून में जाके मैं बच्चा को, एक बच्चा हुआ मैडम और दूसरा बच्चा होना नहीं चाहता हूँ. मैं वहाँ बच्चे को भेजना मेरे को डर लग रहा है. तो मेरा कहना है कि मेरे केस को दिल्ली में ट्रांसफर हो जाए मैडम, और सीबीआई का जांच हो मैडम. तो पुलिस वाला मतलब को भी कुछ जो ये लोग न्यूज में बता रहे हैं मैडम, उससे मेरे को ठीक नहीं लग रहा है पुलिस का ये होने के लिए मैडम. मैं सीबीआई जांच.
Okay, you want faster action in this case. Tarun Prasad Chakma, the victim's father, saying that he wants faster action, and this is coming in the backdrop of the extradition process, which has begun in the Angel Chakma murder case. Okay, we move ahead right now, viewers, to some of the other stories you're tracking on Republic TV. Supreme Court is hearing the ED's plea seeking a CBI probe against West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee on allegations that she interfered with the agency's search operation at the office of political consultancy firm IPAC and its co-founder Prateek Jain. ED has also sought the return of documents it claims were taken away by the Chief Minister after she obstructed their raid. So big update coming in, viewers, on Republic TV. And I just want to tell our viewers exactly what's been happening. You know, the kind of comments which have come in, the observations. Supreme Court has said it's very, very disturbed by the chaos in the Calcutta High Court during the hearing related to the ongoing face-off between the Enforcement Directorate and the Mamata Banerjee-led Trinamool Congress. The court noted it is a serious issue and that it intends to issue notice in that matter. So obviously the ED has accused Banerjee and West Bengal officials of interfering with its investigation and searches at the offices of political consultancy firm IPAC. All right, let's go straight across to my colleague joining us. We have Kishalay with us. Kishalay, this one very important thing that we just heard. We see the Supreme Court said it's very much disturbed by what happened, Kishalay, at the Calcutta High Court, the chaos during the hearing which was related to the IPAC raids. And we see some very important statements which have come in through the day. And just help our viewers understand what has the Supreme Court said.
Exactly, the event that happened at Calcutta High Court, and ED has submitted some crucial evidence of how it was arranged, how all of that was conducted, all of that chaos was pre-planned. In fact, ED has submitted a WhatsApp chat, a group chat in which Trinamool Congress legal cell advocates and members were asked to come to that particular courtroom in Calcutta High Court in order to create chaos. So it was a pre-planned way of postponing the hearing or adjourning the hearing that day, so that the Trinamool Congress can buy more time in order to ensure that their strategies are at place. Now we saw that that particular day the hearing was in fact adjourned. Not only that, in that particular WhatsApp chat of the TMC legal cell group, it was also mentioned that after the chaos is done, after everything is over at the High Court courtroom, after the adjournment is over, after the adjournment is announced, the legal cell member should go to Mamata Banerjee's rally at Jadavpur. So this is the way in which TMC legal cell members and advocates and workers, in a pre-planned way, created chaos, disorder, and ensured that the hearing of the High Court is postponed and adjourned. Today, Supreme Court was really anguished to hear such orchestrated chaos at the High Court. On the other hand, the ED has also submitted through its lawyers, especially we saw that Tushar Mehta and SV Raju was arguing for them, that how Mamta Banerjee obstructed the whole process of investigation at IPAC office, and she herself, with the help of DG Rajiv Kumar and with the help of police officials, stole and ran away with important documents. In fact, the ED has gone as far as to ask for suspension of DG Rajiv Kumar because he was himself present when all of these illegal activities, unlawful activities were conducted by the Chief Minister herself. Right now, there is a break at the Supreme Court, after which the hearing will restart. But what we are getting to know till now from the Supreme Court is that the ED has clearly submitted evidences of how the investigation was tampered, was hampered, was stopped, was interrupted by Mamta Banerjee and her associates and IPS and IAS officers. On the other hand, Mamta Banerjee's lawyer, especially Kapil Sibal and Abhishek Manu Singhvi, they were arguing that Mamta Banerjee was just defending her party property, and the ED was acting on behalf of a particular section of a particular political party before the elections, so that the important documents of the TMC can be taken away.
Yes,
the court will be hearing the case in a while.
I just want to say, once again tell our viewers what exactly happened. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta accused Banerjee of theft, Kishale, and he also said this is not the first time that Mamta Banerjee has done this and urged the top court to settle the issue once and for all. So, of course, this is a developing story that we're seeing. But what were the arguments which were being made from the Bengal government side?
As you rightly pointed out, Tushar Mehta very specifically spoke about this incident and the previous incident where Mamta Banerjee was sitting for a dharna in front of the office of Rajiv Kumar when CBI went there to interrogate him. So that reference was also drawn by the ED, and by Solicitor General Tushar Mehta and SV Raju as well. On the other hand, from the side of the state government, not from the side of the state government, but from the side of the Trinamool Congress, because the TMC is a party in this case, it has been pointed out that important documents of the party, which includes strategy of the party in the upcoming election, 2026 election, the list of the candidates for 2026 election of TMC, all these documents were being taken away by ED, so Mamta Banerjee went there to stop that. On the other hand, very crucially, lawyers from arguing for Mamata Banerjee accepted that by mistake, quote unquote, by mistake, Mamata Banerjee took one of the digital devices of the ED, which means Mamata Banerjee took away a laptop and a phone of ED. Right, so it's very crucial that they have accepted this.
Yes, Kishala. Well, I'll be coming back to you for more on this. So it's ED versus Mamta at the Apex Court. Republic TV is getting you every update from the Supreme Court on this developing story. Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories that we are tracking. Next is Bharat in 1 minute. We'll get to all that's making news. Let's get started. Anti-terror operation continues in Kathua for the second consecutive day in Kathua. This operation was launched by the Jammu and Kashmir police just after 2 suspected terrorists were spotted by residents. Indian Army has also deployed its special forces as part of the operation. DIG JKS Shiv Kumar Sharma also visited the site last night. There was a clash in Purana Pul in Old City in Hyderabad, allegedly due to the desecration of a temple. We see that decoratives were torn down and an attempt was made to vandalize a temple, which led to a clash between a Hindu and a Muslim communities. Police reached the site immediately to disperse the crowd who were raising slogans and pelting stones and even tried to vandalize dargahs as a retort. Police said that everything is in control and they are on high alert. There had been a late-night encounter between the North District Anti-Narcotics team and criminals in Delhi. 2 of the shooters, identified as Deepak and Neil, arrested, were associated with the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. They were involved in the firing incidents in Paschim Vihar and West Vinod Nagar as well. They were firing from both the sides One of the criminals sustained a gunshot wound to the leg. A constable was shot as well as the bulletproof jacket saved him. 2 pistols, live cartridges and a scooter were recovered from the accused. All right, viewers, at the 78th Army Day Parade, the Chief of the Army Staff, General Upendra Dwivedi, addressed the media and said that the Indian Army is steadily evolving into a future-ready force with empowered soldiers. Take a look.
मैं आपके माध्यम से भारतीय सेना के सभी सैनिकों, हमारे सिविलियन कर्मचारियों, वेटरन्स, वीर नारियों और उनके परिवारजनों को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। इस पावन अवसर पर हम उन वीर सैनिकों को श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करते हैं जिन्होंने देश की सेवा में सर्वोच्च बलिदान दिया। मैं राजस्थान सरकार और खासकर जयपुर के नागरिकों को तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देता हूं। आज बड़ी संख्या में नागरिकों की उपस्थिति यह दर्शाती है कि सेना और जनता के बीच कितना गहरा संबंध है। आपका उत्साह और समर्थन हर सैनिक का मनोबल बढ़ाता है। जयपुर में सेना दिवस का आयोजन सेना को नागरिकों के और करीब लाने का प्रयास है। परेड के अलावा नो योर आर्मी मेला जैसे कार्यक्रमों ने इस संबंध को और मजबूत किया। आज शाम शौर्य संध्या में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान सेना के साहस, अनुशासन और क्षमता का प्रदर्शन किया जाएगा। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने एक नया नॉर्मल स्थापित किया है। इस ऑपरेशन ने भारतीय सेना की तेज प्रतिक्रिया, बेहतर समन्वय और सटीक कार्यवाही की क्षमता का दर्शाया है। यह एक परिपक्व, आत्मविश्वासी और जिम्मेदार बल की तस्वीर प्रस्तुत करता है जो राष्ट्रीय हितों की रक्षा के लिए पूरी तरह सक्षम है। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में भारतीय सेना की सोच में एक स्पष्ट बदलाव आया। हम केवल वर्तमान चुनौतियों पर ही नहीं बल्कि भविष्यों के युद्धों की तैयारी में भी गंभीरता से काम कर रहे हैं। इसी दिशा में नई संरचनाएं यानी नए स्ट्रक्चर्स बनाए जा रहे हैं जिन्हें भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं के अनुसार इक्विप और ट्रेन किया जा रहा है।
Viewers, during Operation Sindoor, the Indian Armed Forces created history with the indomitable courage, valor and unwavering resolve. Watch this inspiring tale of bravery through this short film showcased at the Army Day Parade in Jaipur.
Shut
breaking news coming in, viewers. VD versus Mamta Banerjee case, which has reached the apex court. Hearing resumes in the top court. And just getting you these updates because once again we see that some new arguments are being made here. And Mamta government is saying stay the FIRs as a hearing has resumed in the top court. Also, just getting you through what has been said before. Supreme Court has said it's very much disturbed by the chaos in the Calcutta High Court during the hearing, which was related to the ongoing face-off between the ED and Mamta Banerjee-led TMC. The court noted that it is a serious issue and it intends to issue a notice in the matter. So now there was a lunch break. And after the lunch break, now it's over. The hearing, the bench has resumed them, and the order is being dictated. I repeat, the order is being dictated as we speak. The ED has accused Banerjee and West Bengal officials of interfering with its investigation and the searches at the offices of political consultancy firm IPAC. And appearing for the central agency, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta accused Banerjee of theft. I want to go across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek. Okay, Abhishek, huge update coming in. ED versus Mamta in Supreme Court. The order is being dictated. All right. We'll go to our editors in a short while because we're just waiting for that order to come out. The fight has reached, viewers. The fight has reached the apex court. ED versus Mamta in Supreme Court. The order is being dictated. And appearing for the central agency, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta accused Banerjee of theft and said she took evidence from the residence of IPAC co-founder Prateek Jain. Okay, let's go straight across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, we see that Mamta government is saying that we want to stay on the FIR which has been filed. And this is a huge update coming in because this fight between ED and Mamta Banerjee has now reached the apex court. The order is being dictated.
Well, yes, as we speak, the order is being dictated, Shivangi, and the ED petition was very clear. They wanted FIRs to be registered against the action of the Bengal Chief Minister and some of her officers to have taken away that file. There was specific charge of theft, and the ED, in fact, wanted all those officers who accompanied the Chief Minister to be suspended on grounds of intimidation and obstruction of duty of a government employee or a public servant, as it is called. It's a clear BNSS section under which the ED had sought action. The ED in SC has said that they want the case to move out of Bengal in terms of all the FIRs that have been filed. Remember, there was a Bengal police FIR also against the Enforcement Directorate. So the ED wants that FIR to be moved out of Bengal in case it is not being quashed at this stage. Justice Mishra asked what's the interim prayer, to which the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta said that they stay the FIRs that the ED is facing in Bengal, transfer them out of Bengal, suspend the officers who had accompanied Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of Bengal. The ED has made a charge of theft and robbery insofar as those documents are concerned. Remember the green file that Mamata Banerjee carried, and they want the CBI to investigate the case of theft which the ED makes against the Bengal Chief Minister. So that's the final prayer. Move the FIRs from Bengal to outside Bengal, make the CBI investigate them, look at the possibility of theft and robbery, and make sure that ED is not intimidated any further. Justice Mishra has said that the Solicitor General's submission that it is not the first instance where Chief Minister has interfered in the case of Bengal with an investigation, and it has happened also when CBI was probing an offence, and there's a pattern when a probe is carried. Remember, the predicate offence in which the CBI landed at the office of the IPAC for its search and seizure was essentially a CBI probe in the coal mining scam that was being probed, which included Anup Majhi as one of the accused. The illegal coal mining going on in Bengal and that belt, essentially Jharkhand, Bengal, Chhattisgarh. But the ED has said that this obstruction is not for the first time. That's a big one because they are saying that the Bengal government, specifically the Chief Minister, keeps doing it off and on. The Supreme Court now dictating order in the ED versus Mamata case. and the ED has asked the SC to stay all the FIRs, transfer them to outside Bengal, let the CBI look into them, and take tough decisions, take strict action against officers who accompanied Mamata Banerjee when she obstructed ED officers. So the Solicitor General has also said that it is very difficult to carry on the probe in a case which runs up to about 3,000 crore rupees, which is 2,742 crore rupees. And that's the proceeding till now. Remember, this is the second leg of the proceedings, the part of which happened in the morning also, when the petition was taken up. Even the SC seems to be agreeing that this is not the first time that the Chief Minister has interfered. If that's the case, then it's a big one. The Supreme Court, is it the SG or SC pointing out a pattern of attacks on investigation agencies? That's Justice Mishra essentially delineating and outlining the arguments made by the Solicitor General, it seems. So when SC points at how the CBI team was also attacked in Bengal, the SC is essentially enunciating the arguments of the government of the ED which were presented by the Solicitor General. So it's not the SC saying it, but the SC quoting the Solicitor General and making the point that the ED cases, that this is not the first time that the Chief Minister of Bengal has interrupted and obstructed an ongoing investigation and probe. That it keeps happening in Bengal, and so some strict action needs to be taken to send across a message and set an example. The Supreme Court now observes that the legal cell of the TMC has sent messages to assemble in court. Again, this is encapsulation of the ED arguments. This is pertaining to last week's proceedings in the Calcutta High Court, which could not be held because there was pandemonium and chaos inside the courtroom, as the TMC perhaps had mobilized all those people who came crashing inside the court. And so the SC is saying appropriate for the court to examine as higher officials involved. Now SC has taken the jurisdiction in this case by saying that it seems we are right in sitting in judgment over whether there has been an overreach by senior levels of officialdom in Bengal. And that's a big one. That's a big one. Appropriate for the court to examine as whether higher officials are involved or not. The Supreme Court has pointed out how the CBI team was also attacked in Bengal. This was earlier, and the SC now going on to say that this is a clear case where they need to intervene. Justice Mishra has also said the Additional Solicitor General has submitted recording of FIR, which is a cognizable offence and is mandatory in view of the Lalita Kumari judgment. Thus, when Chief Minister and DGP are involved, this is again the ED argument. It cannot be expected that police subordinate to them shall conduct investigation in a fair manner. Does the present case be probed by CBI? That's a submission by the ED. Now let's encapsulate what have been the primary prayers of the Enforcement Directorate in the Supreme Court petition. One, they want CBI to probe Mamata file chori, FIR to be filed. The Supreme Court allows CBI probe into Mamata file chori. That's a big development, big breaking development. The ED petition is granted. The ED petition is granted. And we are going to see the CBI picking a probe into why Mamata Banerjee, the Chief Minister of Bengal, came in, rushed, and snatched those files in that green folder from the ED officers as the raid was going on at the IPAC office, which is a political consultancy assisting the Trinamool Congress in its political campaigns from Bengal to Goa and in between. So I think this is a big development. The ED getting its way, the Supreme Court allowing its petition, not only allowing its petition, but allowing its prayers that the CBI would probe the theft of files. That's a big one. I think if that has happened, we really need to make it big. Okay, that's not confirmed, but it seems that the Supreme Court is just encapsulating the arguments of the Enforcement Directorate that were made. Yes. Okay, so this is essentially the top court before reading the final order, just encapsulating the arguments of both the sides. And now it's going to the court is now encapsulating the arguments of Trinamool side, which were presented across by senior counsels Kapil Sibbal and Abhishek Manu Singhvi, both of the Congress party formerly. They had appeared and presented their petitions. Big one. Justice Mishra says the Trinamool petitions are not maintainable. That's a big one, which means ED petition is allowed, the Trinamool petition is rejected. And Sibbal says Chief Minister has not gone to the place. Chief Minister has not gone to the place as the Chief Minister, but as the Chairman of Trinamool Congress, on the information that some unauthorized persons have entered the premises of Pratik Jain. That's a spin coming in. Okay, Kishala joins us from our Kolkata newsroom. It's a big spin coming in. And the spin by the Trinamool is, Kishala, that Chief Minister of Bengal, Mamata Banerjee, went to the IPAC office not in her capacity as Chief Minister, but as President of or Chief of the Trinamool Congress Party, and that she was there because she had received information that there has been a trespass, that some unauthorized individuals have come in. But the fact is that the ED officials identified themselves. How is the case going to go from here on?
Exactly, Abhishek. The points made by the Supreme Court are essentially very important here, where the Supreme Court is saying, as you were rightly pointing out, that the CBI team was previously attacked in Bengal. Now the ED team was targeted. The Supreme Court is pointing out how the whole scenario played out in the High Court, where WhatsApp group messages were used to ensemble people, to arrange people inside the courtroom in order to create a ruckus. It is also being mentioned that the ED is asking for CBI. We will confirm in a while whether that CBI probe will be given by the Supreme Court or not, but the Supreme Court is mentioning that the case which was lodged by the Trinamool Congress is also not maintainable. So in a way, the Supreme Court is defining or highlighting the points which were argued by the ED lawyers and also by Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, where it was pointed out that in a pre-planned way, High Court hearing was stopped. In a pre-planned way, the investigation by ED was interrupted by the Chief Minister herself. In fact, the Supreme Court is also pointing out how high officials were involved in this. We know DG Rajiv Kumar, he was present with Mamata Banerjee. We know the Chief Secretary and Home Secretary were present with Mamata Banerjee. The Chief Commissioner of Police was present with the Chief Minister. So in a way, high officials of the West Bengal government, along with Mamata Banerjee, were involved in interrupting this case. The Supreme Court is giving out very crucial points. We also see that the CJI is saying right now, as you were pointing out, Justice Mishra is saying that Shri Sibbal says CM has not gone to the place as the CM but as the chairman of the Trinamool Congress, on info that some unauthorized person have entered the premises of Pratik Jain. So if Chief Minister went there in the form of Trinamool Supremo, then what was the DG doing? What was the Commissioner of Police doing? What was the Home Secretary doing with her? What was the Chief Secretary of West Bengal was doing? These questions come up. Hence, these arguments and the points made by the Supreme Court, henceforth by the judges, are very crucial at this point of time, Abhishek.
All right, Kishala, stay with us. In fact, as we speak, order is being instructed by the Supreme Court. The ED has flagged concerns about the manner in which obstruction of investigations and probes keeps happening so frequently in Bengal. The Trinamool Congress has maintained that the Chief Minister had gone there in her capacity as the chief of the party and not as Bengal Chief Minister. And that was because she had heard that there was a trespass happening and that she had all the reason to believe that this is aimed at compromising the political wherewithal available to the Trinamool Congress. And so she had to intervene. TMC has said that the DGP had to be with the Chief Minister because she is a Z+ protectee. And this is essentially encapsulation of the arguments that have taken place from both the sides. So the ED plea that an FIR be filed and that CBI probe the theft of files by the Bengal Chief Minister, and the Trinamool maintaining that she was well within her right as the boss of Trinamool to intervene at IPAC during the IPAC raid because it pertained to the political strategy of the Trinamool Congress. The Supreme Court is now dictating the order on the ED plea, and the SC bench is dictating cases of serious nature is one observation that has been made by the top court of the country, topmost court of the country, and now they are going into the details. Now Justice Mishra has said that having heard learned counsels, we are of the prima facie view that present plea is raised as a serious issue relating to the investigation by the ED and its interference by state agencies. ED plea and DD's defense. For adherence to rule, field of law enforcement agency of a state, law, and to allow each organ to function independently so that nobody is allowed to be protected under the shield of state agency. I think essentially what the court is saying is there are larger questions of federalism involved, constitutional federalism involved, and that they need to be looked into. So whether the Supreme Court is going to widen this into a larger state versus center issue, larger cooperative federalism issue, larger constitutional scheme of things when it comes to federalism, I think that's something in which direction this seems to be heading. Lawlessness, if the situation is left unresolved, it can lead to lawlessness, is what we are hearing from the Supreme Court. Can we get rhythm? Can we get rhythm on the phone? This Kishalai, a very political argument by the, but I think let's stick to the Supreme Court first. Supreme Court is saying ED can probe a serious offence. Supreme Court is saying this is a serious matter. Supreme Court is saying that this seems like it impinges on constitutional arrangements and scheme of things, that we need to find if a political party also obstructed the ED probe. So that's a big one. That's a big observation by the Supreme Court. If someone is writing on the output, if the Supreme Court is saying that irrespective whether Mamata Didi went there in her capacity as Chief Minister or as the boss of Trinamool, the fact is the ED's work was obstructed, that a central agency's probe was obstructed, and that it's a serious matter. If the situation is not looked into, it can lead to lawlessness, and so we really need to intervene. So Supreme Court has first created a locus for itself for intervening on this, and then has observed that this is a serious matter which can lead to lawlessness if not tackled at this stage. Irrespective of the arguments made, whether Mamata Banerjee went there as Trinamool boss, whether she did take away the material or not, that needs to be investigated. So Supreme Court had issued notice seeking reply in 3 days from the Bengal government. That's a serious enough observation, and Justice Mishra has said that it is directed that respondents shall protect the CCTV footage of the premises searched as on Jan 8. Show cause notice to Mamata government. That's the important takeaway, as also instruction to preserve CCTV footage. Those are two clear set of instructions, and notice is returnable by 3 days. Okay, let's go to Kishalai. Kishalai, 3 days show cause notice to Mamata government to respond as to whether this is not a breach of constitutional scheme of things, whether this is not obstruction of duty of a public servant, and Supreme Court making a clear observation that does not matter if she went there as a Trinamool boss. So I think the Mamata government would need a lot of explaining to do.
Abhishek, the justice is saying right now there are larger questions which emerge and if not answered shall lead to lawlessness. So it was a complete lawless situation when the chief minister went there to steal files. That is what, now the next sentence is, if central agencies are working bona fide to probe a serious offence, a question arises, can they be obstructed by party activities? There is a economic fraud, there is a financial fraud and the central agencies go to probe and then a party supremo will arrive and stop that probe and snatch away all the files is essentially the question that the Supreme Court is asking today. So a notice has been issued to the respondents and counter has to be filed in 3 days, as you were rightly pointing out, Abhishek. So it has to be answered by the Mamata government, Mamata Banerjee, that why did she obstruct the work of a central agency while they were investigating a serious financial fraud. That is what they are saying. And also, it is directed that respondents shall protect the CCTV footage of premises searched as on January 8th. But yesterday in the High Court, the ED has already submitted that many of these CCTV footages has been destroyed by Kolkata police. That is what they said in the High Court yesterday. So these CCTV footages do not exist. Many of these are already destroyed according to the ED lawyers. So the ED is saying we don't have much of these CCTVs because Mamata Banerjee's police destroyed this. Now the Supreme Court is saying that these CCTV footages needs to be protected and Mamata Banerjee needs to answer that why did she go there, and also the Supreme Court is coming down heavily on Mamata, saying if central agencies are working bona fide to probe a serious offence, a question arises, can they be obstructed by party activities, like what Mamata Banerjee said, that she went there as a Trinamool Supremo, but that is also not allowed. That is essentially the point being made here.
Well, yes, I think so. In that case, it's a big development, and things do not seem to be going the Bengal government or Trinamool way, Kishalay, if the Supreme Court's preliminary observations are to go by, because the Supreme Court has said A, that it's a serious matter, B, that if the Supreme Court does not intervene, it can or if the situation is not looked into, it can lead to lawlessness. See that there are larger questions involved of constitutionalism, of federalism, and so the Supreme Court has a locus in this, and clubbing all these arguments or justifications, the Supreme Court has issued a 3-day notice. Now, typically, if you get a show cause notice and have to reply in 3 days, then the Supreme Court attaches an urgency to it, is something that comes out. And all the 3 FIRs against the ED have been stayed by the Supreme Court. So the Bengal police cannot continue investigation in this probe also. I think if you read the tea leaves right, Kishalay, then there are strong headwinds against the Mamata government. They cannot continue with the probe that they had launched with filing of FIRs against Enforcement Directorate. They have to respond to the ED. It's likely that the case might be taken out of Bengal and that the CBI might get in.
This is the most crucial part, Abhishek. It is also directed, the Justice is saying right now, has said in his order, it is also directed that the FIRs registered against the ED officers shall remain stayed till next date of hearing. The ED was specifically arguing that Kolkata police lodged FIR against them in order to stop the investigation and in order to harass the ED officials who were engaged in investigating these financial frauds against IPAC. So these were politically motivated FIRs done by Mamata Banerjee's police. Now the Supreme Court has stayed those FIRs till the next day of hearing. We are getting to know that the next day of hearing is 3rd February 2026. Till that time, the FIRs against ED officials have been stayed. Justice Mishra is also saying, please direct investigation without coercive steps. If stay is there, then let there be more time to apply. This is what Singhvi is saying. This is is what Abhishek Manu Singh is saying. Supreme Court is saying, no, we could have passed the order after 10 minutes also, but since so much was argued, it was important to record everything. So this is recorded that all the FIRs against ED officials are now stayed. So that is a big blow to Mamata Banerjee's police and her government. On the other hand, another big blow is that she has to reply to the Supreme Court about why she intervened in this whole process of investigation, even as a political party supremo. And the Supreme Court has come down heavily on her, saying any financial fraud being investigated, being probed by an investigating agency cannot be stopped by a political party, by a political activity, and this can lead to complete lawlessness. That is what the Supreme Court is observing, and the directions are very clear. There is a show cause notice which needs to be replied. The CCTV footages needs to be preserved. On the other hand, there can be no steps taken in terms of the FIRs lodged by Kolkata police against the ED officials. Three very crucial points, all against Mamata Banerjee. The Supreme Court has come down heavily on Mamata's government.
All right, Swapnil Kothari joins us for more on this. Swapnil, we were discussing this yesterday in the context of the Calcutta High Court proceedings. Today it's the Supreme Court, and essentially a broad contour emerges, which is that things do not look good for the Mamata government. The Supreme Court believes it's a serious matter. Supreme Court believes that this needs to be looked into, that this can lead to lawlessness, and the issues of constitutionalism, federalism are involved. So it seems that things might not go Mamata way insofar as Supreme Court proceedings are concerned.
Well, Abhishek, in a nutshell, it's time for the presidential rule in the state of West Bengal. I don't think this government is running the way it needs to be running, and interference in the affairs of the investigating agency is nothing but a tampering of, justice or evidence in many ways, and also interference in the proceedings, interference in the administration of justice, to be precise, to use the legal language. And tampering of evidence is definitely there. There is no question or an attempt to do so. And the very fact that the Supreme Court has come down heavily is with a view to ensure that all the FIRs are stayed against the Enforcement Directorate, because the police seems to be working totally at the behest of the Mamata government. And that is what the Supreme Court has done. It has said that, okay, even if we pass this order saying that you give us a reply as to why you are there at all in the first place in this matter. So until and unless you give us this reply, we are not going to, for the moment, we are staying all the decisions in the, as all the FIRs are concerned, we are staying all of them. So you cannot act in a revenge or as a reprisal against the state agencies which are operating independently, which is the Enforcement Directorate, and which is the case here. Now, It's very clear that the Supreme Court is leaving no stone unturned to ensure that the rule of law, to the best extent possible, prevails in the state of West Bengal, or should I say, in the state of lawless Bengal, because it is completely lawless, and anarchy is not far from this particular state at all. I don't think so. It has ever been lawful since the past decade or so. So this is one state which is an absolute blur, a stigma, and the Supreme Court is well aware of that, and so is the West Bengal High Court. Rather, the Kolkata High Court, to be precise, if I want to say that. Yeah. But, this is the perfect judgment, and let's see what Mamata comes up with in a reply to what the Supreme Court has asked.
Swapnil, one very significant takeaway that's coming out of this is that the Supreme Court has stopped all FIRs, or stayed all FIRs by the Bengal police, A and B. More significantly, the Supreme Court has observed that we have to look into whether, because it was argued on behalf of Mamata Banerjee that she went there as Trinamool chief and not as Bengal chief minister, that whether a political party has a right to obstruct a central agency. So in this case, there seems to be little escape window available to Trinamool and Mamata government and Mamata Banerjee as chief minister or as Trinamool boss.
Well, the Supreme Court saw through that chicanery there. It saw that there was a mask of saying that I'm the Trinamool party head and not the chief minister of West Bengal. But unfortunately, you are both. And you have gone there as the chief minister of West Bengal trying to throw your weight around, which has not worked. And the Enforcement Directorate has shown some spine in that and said that, look, you may be whoever, but you're not going to interfere in the administration of justice. And should you do so, we are not going to tolerate that at all. And the Supreme Court has come down very heavily. And that is the reason why you're seeing this kind of a strong language, which you normally don't see when it comes to the Supreme Court or when it comes to, ruling against a political party. Court is trying to ensure that this is just not done. We are not going to tolerate this at all. And that is what this is all about.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we are, thank you so much, Swapnil, for joining us with your thoughts. And you were very clear that this becomes a case to consider whether you need a president's rule in Bengal. But of course, we are heading into election cycle. So maybe it's all political from here on, because just a couple of months before Bengal has its state assembly elections. We are coming out of this, and
all right, viewers, these are live visuals that we are getting in. This is the first ever medical evacuation from the International Space Station. Live visuals on your screen. This is the SpaceX Crew 11 Dragon that has now splashed down at the Pacific Ocean. 4 astronauts from the United States, Japan, Russia have returned to Earth. An evacuation process over there underway. And tracking those visuals live for you. In just a short while from now, we expect the crew members to be taken out of that capsule one by one. This is the SpaceX Crew 11 Dragon that has now splashed down the Pacific Ocean. This is the first ever medical evacuation from the International Space Station. All right, viewers, we stay with those pictures that we are getting in. This is the first ever medical evacuation from the International Space Station. 4 astronauts from United States, Japan and Russia returning to Earth. You can see over there NASA officials essentially carrying out the final checks and cuts over there before the astronauts are taken out, escorted out of the capsule. They will be met with a team of medical officers over there to help with their immediate medical relief post them coming out of the capsule. These are 4 NASA astronauts who have splashed down safely in the Pacific Ocean off Southern California, marking the first ever medical evacuation. This Crew 11 Dragon spacecraft, named Endeavour, undocked from the ISS at 3:30 a.m. IST on the 15th of January, carrying 4 NASA astronauts, Zena Cardman, Mike Finchke, and another astronaut from Japan and a Roscosmos cosmonaut from Russia. This multinational crew departed about a month ahead of schedule following NASA's January 8th decision for a controlled medical evacuation due to a serious but stable medical issue with one member. NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman had confirmed that the move prioritized ground-based treatment with the patient being stable throughout. However, NASA essentially did not reveal the name of the astronaut at the time, citing privacy and confidentiality. To tell you a little bit about this crew, viewers, this is a multinational mission to the International Space Station, highlighting continued global cooperation in human spaceflight. The 4-member team included astronauts from Japan, United States and Russia. During their stay aboard the International Space Station, the crew conducted scientific experiments, performed maintenance tasks and supported technology demonstrations. This mission highlighted the importance of collaboration in space, even amid challenges, while advancing research in areas like microgravity, human health and Earth observation. The crew essentially re-entered the Earth on Thursday afternoon. In fact, just a short while back, they splashed down, occurred at about 2:11 p.m. Indian time under favorable weather conditions despite pre-dawn darkness near San Diego. As we speak, you can see over there the main door of the capsule being opened, the final checks being carried out by the NASA team over there. We expect one by one all 4 members of the crew to be escorted out and taken to medical center by the team over there. NASA and SpaceX teams on standby. They have already retrieved the capsule. They're just awaiting conducting initial medical checks before a helicopter transports the astronauts to shore. All right, viewers, we slip into a very short break, but on the other side, we'll get you the ground updates from Battleground Mumbai, where polling for the BMC elections is underway. Rolling coverage on Republic TV.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy. The US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China, United States has made it amply clear, taken together all these actions, that when it comes to its neighborhood, the Western Hemisphere, the so-called Monroe or the latest Donroe.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as our studio partner. And viewers, Niva Bupa Health Insurance is trusted by over 2.7 crore Indians. It offers India's first truly unlimited health insurance plan with no limit or coverage. Let's take a quick check of the headlines now. ED Mamata face off in Supreme Court over IPAC raid drama. Timing questioned, obstruction denied.
आरोप पे नहीं, टीका टिप्पणी पे नहीं, लोग डेवलपमेंट पे वोट करेंगे, इसलिए मुंबई में देखा है कि 25% से ज़्यादा वोटिंग हुई है, यह बदलाव का चिन्ह है.
High stakes BMC elections underway. Mumbai registers 18% voter turnout till 11:30 a.m.
दूसरा आश्वासन दिलाना चाहता हूं कि भारतीय सेना समय के साथ अपने आप को बदलती रहेगी और उभरती शक्ति में जो बदलाव लाने हैं उसको लाती रहेगी.
Grand display of military prowess and India's indigenous capabilities during Army Day Parade in Jaipur. Bhairav Battalion makes debut. Air India captain's relative summoned in AI-171 probe. Pilot's body alleges a narrative being woven. 2 teen athletes found hanging inside hostel in Kerala's Kollam. Probe launched. We are going straight across to the visuals that are coming in of the NASA's Crew 11 mission. Astronauts Zena Cardman, Mike Finch, and Japan's Kimiya Yui and Russia's Oleg Platonov were on board. And due to a medical emergency, this mission has been cut short by a month. It is said to be a serious but undisclosed medical condition. That's the breaking news we have right now. Medical condition suffered by one crew member. The astronaut was described as stable, and this was a controlled evacuation. They say that it's not an emergency evacuation, but it's a controlled evacuation. But this is the first in the station's 25-plus year history. Despite models predicting one every few years, the 4 astronauts undocked from the ISS on the 14th of January aboard the SpaceX Dragon capsule that's named Endeavour. And they safely splashed down in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California early today and early 15th of January. And this event led to a temporary reduction in ISS crew size, leaving a skeleton crew of 3, pausing routine or emergency spacewalks until reinforcement arrived. So this is the breaking news we have right now. NASA completes this is the first medical evacuation from space. All 4 astronauts have returned safely. And NASA astronauts have splashed down safely in the Pacific Ocean. As you can see, live visuals coming in of them ejecting from the spacecraft. Shivam is joining us live on the broadcast. Shivam, the important part is this is the first ever medical evacuation from space. And it's a multinational crew. And the mission has also been cut short. Tell us more details about this, please.
Yeah, Rakshita, we are getting the live visuals at this moment. As you can very well see on the screen, the 4 astronauts on board Dragon Endeavour are now slowly, one by one, they're leaving the spacecraft following the splash down to Earth off the coast of California. So this is a part of the emergency evacuation and also live visuals, as you can see. Latest visuals on your television screen. The recovery teams are checking the Dragon Endeavour. The astronauts of a little while ago were strapped into their seats in the pod. Now recovery teams, they entered, they climbed on the Dragon, they did the final checks before the astronauts started disembarking. And these are the visuals, latest exclusive visuals on a television screen on Republic TV right now, which we are seeing. This is an emergency evacuation. Now this Crew 11 just splashed down to Earth and were meant to stay on the ISS for another month. They were supposed to be on ISS for more than a month, and now they arrived last August for a standard 6.5 month stay. But last Thursday, NASA called off a planned spacewalk abruptly, and 4 hours later, the agency reported that a crew member had a medical issue. So because of that medical issue, it became quickly clear that the problem was serious. So it's because of a medical issue which was quite serious that they decided for this evacuation. So they have just splashed down, and these are the latest visuals that we were getting of the emergency evacuation. As you can see on your screens, NASA called off a planned spacewalk abruptly, and 4 hours later the agency said that a crew member had a serious medical issue and it could not be solved there, and they had to come down. We're getting the latest visuals also, the latest visuals on your television screen. As you can see, these were the live visuals. Most of them have disembarked. We are getting the visuals. This was a splashdown, live feed we showed you, and NASA called off the spacewalk abruptly because of a medical condition. They did not exactly disclose what was the reason of the illness, what kind of issue the crew member was facing due to privacy reasons, but NASA just cannot just bring one person home, so all of them had to come together for reason safety. This is the reason the crews, they travel together. The crews must travel in at least twos, and NASA needed the crew, the return all of crew 11 on the same capsule. So there was one crew member who was seriously ill, and there was no way to get the crew member treated there. And so this was an emergency medical evacuation, and all of the crew members were brought down, and they were just the splashdown has happened, and the latest visuals we showed, and because of a medical condition that escalated quite quickly, and there was a spacewalk which was abruptly called off. Now it has been confirmed that all of them are back and all of them are in a good condition, except the one who had a medical condition. The crew member will be treated and will be, NASA has confirmed the arrival of crew 11 back on Earth, and have also posted on social media platform X about it, and they have said, welcome home crew 11. This is the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft which splashed down off the coast of San Diego, California. Exclusive pictures, exclusive visuals on your screen, as you can see. So there's a boat that has arrived, that reached that place where the crew splashed down, and they greeted the crew. And these were the images of the crew. See, these were taken a little bit while ago. This is the SpaceX crew and the splashdown visuals. And then the boat reached the capsule, and then the evacuation took place. This was a part of an emergency evacuation that happened. And a boat went to the pod, the visuals of the pod on the left side, and the evacuation visuals on the right, as you can see on your television screens. Now, a boat arrived to the pod, and the astronauts were released from the Dragon Endeavour following its arrival back on Earth. So it was part of a medical evacuation, medical emergency that happened in space, and because there's no possibility of just bringing one astronaut back to Earth, so because they have to be brought down in pairs of two, as I'm being told. So the 4 crew members of crew 11 splashdown, the crew 11 of NASA, they came down and they all were evacuated. Latest exclusive pictures on your television screen of the splashdown and of the evacuation, the emergency evacuation, which has happened, and this is coming from California. The evacuation is almost complete. The 4 astronauts have splashed back down to Earth following the early departure from the International Space Station. They have come down from the International Space Station. This was an emergency evacuation from space to Earth, and they are back home on Earth. And now the crew member who had a medical condition will get treatment, will get all that could have not been possible in space. So this was a critical emergency evacuation which was conducted by NASA, and this is the capsule that has come back. The 4 astronauts who make up crew 11 are Mike Finke and Zena Cardman, Japan's Kimia Yui, and cosmonaut Oleg Platonov. Over to you, Rakshita.
Right. Thank you so much, Shivam, for joining us with the details coming in on that story. The emergency evacuation that is underway right now at the ISS. And now, viewers, we shift our focus to the story that is coming in from the aviation sector. Now, on 14th of January, Air India Airbus 350 was operating flight Air India 101, sector Delhi to New York. And now the aircraft was air turned back to Delhi owing to Iran airspace closure. So the aircraft landed safely at Delhi, but post the landing, during taxiing to the bay, aircraft was involved in a ground incident, resulting into damage, engineering damage. Aircraft was parked on bay number 245. Okay, we'll try and get you more details on that. The engine has been damaged after the turn back from Iran. So once it was coming to Delhi, it was landed on the ground. There was some issue with the engine. So Air India flight from Delhi to New York turned back to Delhi, and then okay, my colleague Harsha is joining us on the phone line for more. Harsha, tell us more details about this incident where the engine has been damaged after landing, it seems.
Yes, so it is the aircraft which it was the Air India aircraft which was flying from New Delhi to New York this morning, but there was an air turnback incident, and in the air turnback it was noted that it was air turnback because of the Iran airspace closure, and after that it was found out that during the air turnback also, while the aircraft was landing at the New Delhi airport, there was an engine issue as well. There was a fire in the APU of the engine, and immediately it was taken to the taxiing and to the bay number 4 of the aircraft. The entire report has been shared with the regulatory body, with the DGCA. But what we have learned right now is that the issue major was with the aircraft. However, because of the Iran airspace closure this early morning in the wee hours, the Air India flight made an air turn back, but also this flight went through a technical issue. The maintenance and repair issue in this particular aircraft, it was a Boeing 787 which was flying from New Delhi to JFK. And Rakshita, keeping in mind that how many maintenance and technical issue Air India has witnessed till now, and what we have also known right now is that this particular aircraft would have flown to JFK, and if there would not have been an air turn back because of the Iran airspace closure, it would have also majorly diverted because of the technical issue in the aircraft itself. There was a problem in the engine of the aircraft which was known to the authorities only upon the air turn back and when the aircraft landed at New Delhi airport.
Many thanks, Harsha, for joining us with details coming in on that story. And now, viewers, it is the day of celebrating the Indian Army, saluting the sacrifices and the valor of Indian Army. And today, this Army Day becomes very, very special because it's debut for the Bhairav Battalion, the newest and the fastest raised combat battalion of the Indian Army. And on the occasion of Army Day, Republic takes you inside the operational gist of this battalion that was raised after Operation Sindoor. Bhairav Battalion is a unit with deadly precision, technical spearhead, and all-round combat that's already deployed at the northern and western front. Watch this report as we show you the technical prowess of Indian Army's deadly and unstoppable battalion, the Bhairav Battalion.
आर्मी डे की आप सबको हार्दिक बधाई और सेना दिवस 2026 के अवसर पर ऐतिहासिक और सुंदर शहर जयपुर में आप सभी से बातचीत करना मेरे लिए गर्व की बात है। मैं आपके माध्यम से भारतीय सेना के सभी सैनिकों, हमारे सिविलियन कर्मचारियों, वेटरन्स, वीर नारियों और उनके परिवारजनों को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। इस पावन अवसर पर हम उन वीर सैनिकों को श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करते हैं जिन्होंने देश की सेवा में सर्वोच्च बलिदान दिया। मैं राजस्थान सरकार और खासकर जयपुर के नागरिकों को तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देता हूं। आज बड़ी संख्या में नागरिकों की उपस्थिति यह दर्शाती है कि सेना और जनता के बीच कितना गहरा संबंध है। आपका उत्साह और समर्थन हर सैनिक का मनोबल बढ़ाता है। जयपुर में सेना दिवस का आयोजन सेना को नागरिकों के और करीब लाने का प्रयास है। परेड के अलावा नो योर आर्मी मेला जैसे कार्यक्रमों ने इस संबंध को और मजबूत किया। आज शाम शौर्य संध्या में ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान सेना के साहस, अनुशासन और क्षमता का प्रदर्शन किया जाएगा। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर ने एक नया नॉर्मल स्थापित किया है। इस ऑपरेशन ने भारतीय सेना की तेज प्रतिक्रिया, बेहतर समन्वय और सटीक कार्यवाही की क्षमता का दर्शाया है। यह एक परिपक्व, आत्मविश्वासी और जिम्मेदार बल की तस्वीर प्रस्तुत करता है जो राष्ट्रीय हितों की रक्षा के लिए पूरी तरह सक्षम है। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में भारतीय सेना की सोच में एक स्पष्ट बदलाव आया है। हम केवल वर्तमान चुनौतियों पर ही नहीं बल्कि भविष्यों के युद्धों की तैयारी में भी गंभीरता से काम कर रहे हैं। इसी दिशा में नई संरचनाएं यानी नए स्ट्रक्चर्स बनाए जा रहे हैं जिन्हें भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं के अनुसार इक्विप और ट्रेन किया जा रहा है। इस परिवर्तन प्रक्रिया के अंतर्गत भैरव बटालियंस, अश्विनी प्लेटून्स, शक्तिवान रेजिमेंट, दिव्यास्त्र बैटरी जैसे नई इकाइयां खड़ी की गई हैं जिनको आज आपने परेड के दौरान खुद देखा हुआ है। ये संरचनाएं भविष्य की चुनौतियों के अनुरूप।
All right, we are interrupted by breaking news coming in right now. This is in connection with a flight New Delhi to Singapore, Air India, New Delhi to Singapore, AI2380, returning back to Delhi few minutes after takeoff. The flight made air turn back due to a technical issue at 1 a.m. This was the past night, midnight, 1 a.m. A technical snag reported post-takeoff. The Singapore-bound flight returning back to Delhi. And that's the latest news we are getting in right now. Air India Delhi to Singapore flight returned back to Delhi after a technical snag was reported after takeoff of this flight. The reason behind this we do not know yet. We'll try and connect with our correspondent on ground tracking the aviation sector on this update that is coming in. It's the AI2380 flight that reported a technical snag post takeoff. This happened around 1 a.m. This is a Singapore-bound flight that returned back to Delhi. And we shift our focus back to celebrating the valor and the sacrifices of the Indian Army, and of course the debut of the newest and fastest raised combat battalion of the Indian Army, that is the Bhairav Battalion. In fact, Republic TV will take you inside the operational gist of this battalion that was raised after Operation Sindoor.
A crucial lesson from Operation Sindoor. A battalion built for battlefield extending far beyond traditional ground.
आज की भारतीय सेना न केवल वर्तमान चुनौतियों का सफलतापूर्वक सामना कर रही, बल्कि हम नित्य प्रतिदिन एक परिवर्तनशील, आधुनिक और भविष्य उन्मुख शक्ति के रूप में तेजी से अग्रसर हो रहे हैं। इसके अंतर्गत रुद्र के रूप में नई ऑल आर्म्स ब्रिगेड का गठन किया जा रहा है, जिसका सैंक्शन मैंने कल ही दिया है, जिसमें इन्फेंट्री, मैकेनाइज्ड इन्फेंट्री, आर्मर्ड यूनिट्स, आर्टिलरी, स्पेशल फोर्सेस, अनमैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम जैसे फाइटिंग कंपोनेंट्स को एक साथ रखा जाएगा और विशेष रूप से तैयार किया जाएगा, जिसमें शामिल लॉजिस्टिक सपोर्ट और कॉम्बैट सपोर्ट होंगे। इसी क्रम में भैरव लाइट कमांडो बटालियन के रूप में एजाइल और घातक स्पेशल फोर्सेस का गठन किया गया है, जो सीमाओं पर शत्रु को चौंकाने के लिए हमेशा तैयार है।
As India celebrates Army Day, Republic takes you inside the Indian Army's newest and fastest raised combat formation, the Bhairav Battalion.
The newly formed Bhairav Battalion. This is the new tactical team that the Indian Army has deployed for multi-domain operations, for cross-border terrorist camps to internal security and neutralizing targets. They do it all. This new light brigade of specially trained come from multiple domains of the army, from the artillery divisions, infantry division, signal, and most importantly, they are trained in a way to conduct multi-domain warfare. The Bhairav Battalion has been created for one purpose: lethality and impact.
Meeting hard lessons from Ukraine, Middle East and India's own terror-infested neighbor Pakistan, the Bhairav Battalion was announced by the Army Chief of Staff on the Kargil Vijay Divas. And now, Indian Army's tech-enabled spearhead already has 15 units deployed across northern and western fronts.
We are here in the heart of Jaipur's training grounds, where the Bhairav Battalion has been training incessantly. We saw their deadly precision. This battalion has been created as a new age light commando unit, equipped with drones, equipped with the latest weapons and equipped with technology heavy multi-domain warfare. They are designed in a way that is designed for speed, precision and deadly accuracy. Equipped from all across the army, where artillery and air defense, infantry, signals come together to form this new age light infantry unit.
With deadly precision, these eyes are trained to miss no target, camouflaging and locking the target, an assertive tread at the core of which lies coordination. The Bhairav Battalion is a unit prepared for all-round combat. From efficient night operations, drone surveillance to multi-terrain combat, it is a self-sufficient team capable of independent operations. It is a new drone-centric combat arm unlike any raised before in the Indian Army,
where the Bhairav Battalion will be doing its drills. These drills show the deadly accuracy of the Bhairav Battalion. We will be seeing the AK-203 in action, the deadly precision of this battalion, and most importantly, firing drills that are taking place. The AK-203 with ambidextrous shooting positions, wherein they will be changing hands and interchanging. Bhairav Battalion is the compact light commando unit of the Indian Army created to fight hybrid multi-domain warfare in a high-speed, technology-heavy operation, especially along the LOC and LSC. Each battalion has roughly 250 soldiers. It integrates drones, electronic warfare and precision weapons, and sits between the paramilitary and SF. All of this being done in a way that has never been seen before in the Indian Army.
Cutting-edge weaponry, electronic warfare systems, drones for surveillance. This high-tech combat ability is what makes the Bhairav Battalion deadly and unstoppable. Announced on the Kargil Vijay Divas, the battalion makes a debut in the first ever Army Day parade held outside Cantonment area on January 15th.
All right, time for a very, very short break, viewers. But on the other side, we get you the latest updates on the high-stake BMC election that are underway. Mumbai registers 18% voter turnout till 11:30 a.m.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला.
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting why Russia, which itself has so much of energy, needs this oil from Venezuela, and that's where the whole geopolitics comes into play. Because remember, post the capture, abduction, kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, by the United States, the US has been building, President Trump himself leading from the front, a scenario where they want to really grab Greenland from Denmark. And so they really want to show that the security of North Atlantic is compromised and they need to be there, and that's why they need Greenland. So maybe it's because of that, we don't know. But taken together, it's clear that in the case of merchant vessel Marinera and the merchant vessel Sofia, which was caught, a dark fleet caught from near Caribbean Sea, which was taking the oil to China.
Viewers, coming up at 6 stories at 6. ED versus Mamta battle reaches the Supreme Court. Supreme Court stays all FIRs against ED officials. And we also see that Maharashtra is voting in the civic body polls. Big battle in Pune and Mumbai. The results are tomorrow. All this and much more coming up on 6 stories at 6.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
The icy cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean are getting hot, and how? The United States, in an overnight operation, has seized 2 oil tankers, one in the North Atlantic near Iceland, the other one near the Caribbean Sea. The one caught or seized near Iceland is Russia flagged, and the one that's caught near the Caribbean Sea was apparently a shadow tanker, a dark tanker carrying Venezuelan oil to China. Now, both the tankers were carrying Venezuelan oil, which is sanctioned by the United States. There is an embargo. It's interesting and a little curious how the 2 tankers could leave such heavily guarded waters, which are guarded both by the US Coast Guard and the US Navy, and reach this far. In fact, in the case of the merchant vessel Marinera, which is Russia flagged and was caught near Iceland by the US Navy with help from the United Kingdom Navy, the US Navy was on the chase, hot on the chase of this vessel for about 2 weeks, which shows that it was completely tracked, and both the sides were aware, because even in the case of the Russians, a submarine was closely following or shadowing this tanker which was carrying oil for Russia. Now, it's interesting.
Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as a studio partner. Viewers, Niva Bupa Health Insurance is trusted by over 2.7 crore Indians. It offers India's first truly unlimited health insurance plan with no limit on coverage. It's time for the headlines. Big setback to Mamta in Bengal Police. Supreme Court stays all FIRs against ED.
लोग आरोप पे नहीं, टीका टिप्पणी पे नहीं, लोग डेवलपमेंट पे वोट करेंगे, डेवलपमेंट पे वोट करेंगे। इसलिए मुंबई में देखा है कि 25% से ज़्यादा वोटिंग हुई है। यह बदलाव का चिन्ह है।
High stakes BMC elections underway. Mumbai registers 18% voter turnout at 11:30 a.m.
मैं आपको दूसरा आश्वासन दिलाना चाहता हूं कि भारतीय सेना समय के साथ अपने आप को बदलती रहेगी और उभरती शक्ति में जो बदलाव लाने हैं उसको लाती रहेगी।
Grand display of military prowess and India's indigenous capabilities during Army Day Parade in Jaipur. Bhairav Battalion makes debut. Captain's relative summoned in the Air India 171 probe. Pilot's body alleges narrative. Two teen athletes found hanging in the SAI hostel in Kerala's Kollam. Probe launched. Viewers, getting some breaking news coming in. The ED has now presented explosive evidence in the Supreme Court through an affidavit, now revealing WhatsApp chats that allegedly have demonstrated how legal officers, viewers, and supporters were mobilized to create chaos and obstruct proceedings in the Calcutta High Court. Now, this relates to disturbances during a hearing linked to ED raids on IPAC premises. Republic TV has got this information. And we'll just tell you exactly what is happening. So this ED has presented explosive evidence in the Supreme Court through an affidavit revealing WhatsApp chats that allegedly demonstrated how legal officers and supporters were mobilized to create chaos and obstruct proceedings in the Calcutta High Court. ED shows a WhatsApp chat of how attempt was made to block the court. We'll put it out for you in a short while from now. And this WhatsApp chat in ED affidavit shows how legal officers were mobilized. WhatsApp chat shown in Supreme Court access by Republic TV. I want to go across to Kishore, who's joining us live. Kishore, if you could help our viewers, we have got that WhatsApp chat, by the way. Kishore, if you could just tell our viewers exactly what is in that WhatsApp chat. It's very clear that the attempt was made to block the court, and this has been accessed by Republic TV.
Well, exactly. This exclusive access to this WhatsApp chat leads to a lot of information that has now come to fore. First of all, this WhatsApp chat in this particular group that relates to the TMC legal cell at Calcutta High Court. This WhatsApp message says, today 9/1/2026, court number 5, item number 10, please come everyone. Everyone should come there. Why would everyone come there? The question is, why would everyone come to the courtroom number 5, item number 10, when the item number 10 is heard? What was the connection to this in Trinamool Legal Cell group? Because that time, this particular case of IPAC and Mamta Banerjee against ED and ED against Mamta Banerjee and IPAC, this was going on. This was heard. And we know that complete ruckus ushered in after that. Complete ruckus ushered in that whole situation where the hearing had to be adjourned just because these people came inside the courtroom, rushed in and created chaos. On the other hand, in the same message, in this next point, it has been said that gathering at 1 p.m. at B gate, come everyone, we will go to the procession of Honorable CM Mamta Banerjee. Buses and vehicles are arranged. So first of all these legal cell members, TMC legal cell members will come to the courtroom, they'll create a ruckus, they'll adjourn the hearing and they'll assemble at gate number B and they will take vehicles to go to Mamta Banerjee's rally. This is what the TMC was doing inside the High Court. TMC lawyers, legal cell members were doing inside the High Court, and this is what happened. Why the High Court hearing had to be adjourned, so that the TMC could buy more time, so that Mamta Banerjee could buy more time and set up her argument, set up a strategy, put more lawyers. So now it is very clear that it was all pre-planned so that her argument, the whole case will be adjourned so that her argument could be strategized even better. So this is completely illegal to pre-plan a chaos inside a High Court courtroom and ensure and force the situation where the hearing will be adjourned. High Court runs because we pay taxes, common people pay taxes, and now these TMC advocates and legal cell members allegedly stopped the hearing in order to buy more time for Mamta Banerjee. Exclusive WhatsApp chats accessed by Republic TV.
Yes, and on the backdrop of that, Kishore, we see that the SG Tushar Mehta had also said that to the Supreme Court, that was a case where mobocracy, he's called it mobocracy, replaces democracy. In the backdrop of this, we have got these WhatsApp chats, Kishore.
Well, it was argued in the Supreme Court by the Solicitor General Tushar Mehta that at one hand, Mamta Banerjee herself enters and tampers and attempts to hamper with the process of investigation. On the other hand, legal cell members of the TMC hampers the hearing at the High Court. So this is complete lawlessness, after which the Supreme Court also observed, the bench of justice also observed very clearly that this would lead to lawlessness if no action is taken. They also pointed out how it is highly alarming that in the High Court there was a pre-planned chaos and disorder. Maybe these are not the words that are being said, but to that extent.
We have put that that WhatsApp chat for our viewers to see. And this is the WhatsApp chat. ED has shown this exact WhatsApp chat of how the attempt was made to block the code and how legal officers were mobilized. And this has been accessed by Republic TV. And if you could help our viewers understand what exactly is written there, because some of it is written in Bangla, in Bengali. If you could just translate it for us, Kishale.
Well, exactly. I'll do that. I'll do that. This is allegedly a Trinamool Congress legal cell WhatsApp group. Now, someone named Rama Haldar or Roma Haldar is sending a notice. It's written notice. And the first notice is number 1 below notice is sent around, I believe, 9:43 a.m. 9:43 a.m. That is the time in which this message is sent. During this time, the message was sent in the group, and I'll read out. Number 1, Aaj 9/11/2026, court number 5A, item number 10, which means today, on this date, 9/1/2026, in court number 5, item number 10, which is up for hearing, আছে সবাই চলে আসবেন. This hearing is scheduled today. সবাই চলে আসবেন, which means everyone come there, everyone assemble there. Everyone should organize themselves and come to that courtroom at that particular time. Why? This has never happened. If a hearing is going on, only the parties which are connected to that hearing with that case would be present. Why everyone would be arranged like a political party meeting in a courtroom is a question. Now, the second point, number 2. আজ দুপুর 1টার সময় বি গেটে জমায়েত. Today, around afternoon 1 p.m., there is a gathering at gate number B of the High Court. সবাই চলে আসবেন, মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের মিছিলে যাওয়া হবে. Everyone come, and after that we all will be going to the rally by Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. বাস ও গাড়ির ব্যবস্থা আছে. There are arrangements of bus and cars. Anit Kumar Das, convener, High Court. This is probably the person who is the convener of the TMC legal cell. Allegedly, his name is Anit Kumar Das of the High Court, and he is sending this message. So it's very clear the ruckus that happened, the chaos that happened, the situation that went out of hand so that the hearing had to be adjourned because of the situation was pre-planned by allegedly TMC legal cell workers, members and advocates. And they planned it, and then after creating ruckus, they went to Mamata Banerjee's rally. This is what happens in a high court in Bengal, Mamata Banerjee's Bengal.
Yes, and Kishore, now that the Supreme Court had issued notice to the Bengal government, what is next? Because now they have given time for the Bengal government to come out with a counter. So what can we expect next in this development?
Well, there has been 3 major developments. Number 1, there has been a notice issued to Mamata Banerjee. She has to answer that. She has to answer why she, being a political party leader, went to stop and interrupt an investigation of a money laundering case which connects with a corporate company. She has to answer to that. She has to answer why she interrupted and took away those files. And on the other hand, the Supreme Court has also stayed all FIRs against ED officials lodged by Kolkata police. Mamata Banerjee's police lodged FIR against ED officials, which is something that is now a joke in West Bengal, that ED officials who come to probe a case are now having FIRs on them by Kolkata police because Mamata Banerjee went there. So now those FIRs have been also stayed. Number 3, all the CCTV footages needs to be preserved.
Right.
And these CCTV
Kishore. Yes. Well, Kishore, thank you for getting us all those details. We'll be coming back to you for more file chori, controversy, Republic getting you every minute of those developments. Let's move ahead, viewers. Getting you some breaking news coming in. 2 young girl sports persons were found dead at the Sports Authority of India Women's Hostel in Kollam this morning. This is a very unfortunate incident. The deceased include a class 12 student from Kozhikode and a class 10 student from Thiruvananthapuram. They were found hanging from the ceiling fans inside their hostel room. The reason behind a suspected suicide is not yet known. The Kollam City Police Commissioner and the senior police officials reached the hostel soon after the incident. Police have launched an investigation into these deaths. So the investigation has been launched. These are 2 young girl sports person found dead at the Sports Authority of India. So what exactly is the investigation pointing to? Well, I'll have to go across to Shankar, joining us live from Thiruvananthapuram. Shankar, what updates do we have? All right, we'll go back to Shankar in a short while from now. But the deceased are a class 12 student from Kozhikode, class 10 student from Thiruvananthapuram. They were found hanging from ceiling fans. The reason behind this incident is not known yet. So the focus would be shifting to the investigation. The Kollam City Police Commissioner and the senior police officials reached the hostel after the incident, and the police have now launched an investigation into those deaths. Yes. All right, let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking on Republic TV. And Pooch police attaches property of Pakistan-based terror handler Abdul Aziz in the Mandi area. Now, Pooch police have now attached an immovable property belonging to the Pakistan-based terror handler. The attached property, viewers, comprises of around 14 marlas of land falling under Khasra numbers 491, situated in the Tehsil Mandi district, Pooch, with an assessed value of approximately 22.05 lakh. Attached property belongs to Abdul Aziz, son of Ahmeda, resident of the Chamber, Kanari. Okay, so property attached to of a Pakistan terror handler. Pakistan handler's rupees 22 lakh property has been seized. Okay, so let's go straight across to my colleague here coming in. Okay, Pooch police has targeted the Pakistan-based terrorist land. And to understand more about this terrorist and this Pakistan handler, I want to go across to my colleague Gursimran, who will tell us more. Yes, Gursimran.
So we have seen that Jammu and Kashmir police is continuing with its decisive action against the terrorists that are operating from Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. From the Poonch district, there are 306 terrorists that are usually from Jammu and Kashmir. They are known as JK Nobs, the Jammu Kashmir nationals operating from Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. And the police have launched a decisive action against them. Their properties that are here in Poonch, they are being attached. And now going ahead, the Poonch police has today also attached a property, which is a huge chunk of land, 10 canal and 14 marla in the area of Mandi in the Poonch, that belongs to one of the commanders of the terror group that is operating from the Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, Abdul Aziz. His property was in the Mandi area. We are told that the SP operations along with the SHO Mandi, they today attached the property as per the orders that have been issued by the competent court. This is part of a larger crackdown on the terror ecosystem, because what the agencies have got to know that these terrorists are planning to sell off their lands that are in Jammu and Kashmir, and then to use the money that is minted from the selling of land for the terror activities. So as part of the ongoing crackdown, the property of one more terror handler operating from Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, his property has now been attached by the Jammu and Kashmir police. We are told that in days to come, there will be more such actions that will take place. If you remember that last week, there was another attachment of the property that was done by the Poonch police. That was of Rafiq Nai, one of the deadliest commander of Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jammu Kashmir Ghaznavi force, who has been behind several terror attacks, including the Bhata Durian terror attack. So now this intensified crackdown is continuing in the Poonch district of Jammu and Kashmir, where police is now attaching the properties of the Pakistan-based terror handlers.
Right, well, thank you for getting us all those details, Gursimran. I will be coming back to you for more on this story. Pooch police targets Pakistan-based terrorist land. This is a huge update coming in, viewers of Republic TV. It looks like our forces are extremely active, and they have gone ahead, seized this property of this terrorist, this Pakistan handler. Moving ahead, viewers, families of Indian seafarers detained in Iran have made an urgent appeal to the External Affairs Ministry. At least 15 Indians were detained after the oil tanker MT Valiant Roar was intercepted at Iran's port. Now, families claim no consular access has been given and allege that Indian crew members have been taken to prison by Iranian guards. Take a look at this report for more.
Families of Indian seafarers detained in Iran have made a desperate appeal to the Ministry of External Affairs, seeking urgent diplomatic intervention. At least 15 Indian crew members were detained after the oil tanker MT Valiant Roar was intercepted at Bandar Abbas port in Iran. According to the appeal submitted by the families, the vessel operated by Prime Tankers LLC Dubai was intercepted by Iran's Revolutionary Guard on December 8, 2025. The ship had 17 to 18 crew members on board, including 15 nationals. Families claim that on January 6, 2026, 10 crew members were taken into custody and jailed by Iran authorities. They say 6 to 7 crew members, including the captain, continue to remain on board the vessel. The families allege that they have had no contact with the detained seafarers and have received no official information on their location, health, legal status, or charges. Republic TV spoke to the families of the detained Indian seafarers. The families claim that no consular access has been provided to any of the Indian crew members so far.
With regards to the response that you all have got so far, you are saying that it's almost been a month since the detention has actually taken place. Now the latest information coming in of the fact that the crew members have been taken into the prison. Have they actually told you what are the charges and what is your window of communication right now?
No, sir, nothing.
There are no charges. I mean, we cannot get... I have tried with the various sources. Even the consulate or the ambassador, they are not aware of the charges yet. Even the master on board, they are not aware of the charges yet. They don't have any information what are the charges, why they have been taken to prison, no idea. And whoever you speak to, all of them are giving a vague reasons of taking them to prison. At the moment, nothing is, we really cannot understand what actually is the scenario. Of late, since the internet in Iran has been shut down, the communication is still like now we we are not able to get in touch with the consulates or even the ambassador. So whatever information I'm getting from the master on board.
The incident comes amid ongoing protests and heightened tensions in Iran, raising serious concerns over the safety and rights of Indian seafarers. Families are now urging the government of India to ensure consular access, ascertain the well-being of the crew, and work towards their early release and safe return.
Much coming up. Big setback to Mamta and Bengal Police. Supreme Court stays all FIRs against ED. Stay tuned.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force. So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will.
एमडीएच की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला एमडीएच मसाला
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा मसाला
एमडीएच की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
एमडीएच की देगी मिर्च
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force. So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down. But this is something pretty incredible that's happening in Iran. It's an amazing thing to watch. They've done a bad job. They've treated their people very badly, and now they're being paid back. So let's see what happens. We're watching it.
U.S. has proven its military capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer, where the United States military bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. U.S. B-2 stealth bombers, which flew a secretive and historic long-range mission, dropped 14 massive ordnance penetrators, also known as bunker buster bombs, on 3 critical Iranian nuclear sites.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. And they won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force. So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down. But this is something pretty incredible that's happening in Iran. It's an amazing thing to watch. They've done a bad job. They've treated their people very badly, and now they're being paid back. So let's see what happens. We're watching it.
U.S. has proven its military capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer, where the United States military bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. U.S. B-2 stealth bombers, which flew a secretive and historic long-range mission, dropped 14 massive ordnance penetrators, also known as bunker buster bombs, on 3 critical Iranian nuclear sites: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. As the situation between the U.S. and Iran escalates further, Israel's official state aircraft, Wing of Zion, has departed from Nevatim Air Force Base. The aircraft, which contains a private office,
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good evening, viewers. Niva Bupa Health Insurance has come on board as our studio partner. Viewers, Niva Bupa Health Insurance is trusted by over 2.7 crore Indians. It offers India's first truly unlimited health insurance plan with no limit on coverage. Time for the headlines at 3. Right, time for the headlines at 4, and it's a big setback to Mamata Banerjee and Bengal Police. Supreme Court stays all FIRs against the Enforcement Directorate.
लोग आरोप पे नहीं, टीका टिप्पणी पे नहीं, लोग डेवलपमेंट पे वोट करेंगे। इसलिए मुंबई में देखा है कि 25% से ज़्यादा वोटिंग हुई है। यह बदलाव का चिन्ह है।
High-stakes BMC elections underway. Mumbai registers 18% voter turnout till 11:30 a.m.
मैं आपको दूसरा आश्वासन दिलाना चाहता हूं कि भारतीय सेना समय के साथ अपने आप को बदलती रहेगी और उभरती शक्ति में जो बदलाव लाने हैं उसको लाती रहेगी।
Grand display of military prowess and India's indigenous capabilities during Army Day parade in Jaipur. The Bharat Battalion makes debut. Captain's relatives summoned in AI-171 probe. Pilot's body alleges a narrative being woven. 2 teen athletes found hanging in Sai hostel in Kerala's Kollam. Probe launched. We have breaking news coming in right now. This is news pertaining to Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann. He has appeared before the Akal Takht as he was being summoned by the Akal Takht Sahib over alleged anti-Sikh remarks. And after appearing before the Akal Takht Sahib, Bhagwant Mann says that he has given a complete explanation to the Jathedar regarding all the statements he had made. And the Chief Minister said that he had also clarified that a false narrative was being created on social media, suggesting that he was challenging the Akal Takht Sahib, which is absolutely not the case, he says. And Chief Minister also said that he has bowed his head before at the Akal Takht Sahib, and he had no intention nor the audacity to challenge the Akal Takht. In fact, he went on to say that he will be informed of any further instructions or decisions, and that he feels relieved and satisfied after presenting the people's sentiments to the Jathedar, both in writing and verbally. In fact, about this alleged objectionable video circulating on social media, Bhagwant Mann says that the video is fake and can be investigated by any agency. So this is the breaking news we have right now. You can see the visuals of Punjab Chief Minister who appears before Akal Takht. Okay, we are going across to the BJP press conference right now.
ये वो व्यक्ति है जो संविधान की शपथ लेता है, जो मुख्यमंत्री है पश्चिम बंगाल का, जो गृह मंत्री भी है, और आज ये प्रेस वार्ता हम क्या कहते हैं, ममता बनर्जी क्या आरोप लगाती है, इस पे नहीं है। ये प्रेस वार्ता आज इस बात पे है कि सर्वोच्च न्यायालय से एक करारा झटका ममता बनर्जी को लगा है, और यह ऐसा झटका है जिससे स्पष्ट हो गया है जंगल राज कैसा होता है। जंगल राज बिल्कुल ममता राज जैसा होता है। और मैं विधिक पहलू पे और राजनीतिक पहलू पे हमारी पार्टी का पक्ष रखूं, उससे पहले मैं सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने जो कहा है वो आपके समक्ष रखना चाहता हूं। आज जो सबसे बड़ी बात है, दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो गया है। हम सब ने देखा किस तरह से एक मुख्यमंत्री जिसका दायित्व है, अगर संविधान पढ़े ममता बनर्जी, The state government is to aid and assist the investigating agencies of the center. Aid and assist. उनके हाथ मजबूत करने थे ममता बनर्जी को, लेकिन ममता बनर्जी शुरुआत करते हैं इस तस्वीर से। ये तस्वीर देखिए, ऐसे जकड़ लिया फाइलों को, ऐसे चुरा के भागी मोबाइल फोन को कि आज सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने क्या कहा है मैं आपको बताता हूं। सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने सबसे पहले जो ईडी अफसर हैं, जो कानून के हिसाब से अपना कार्य कर रहे हैं, उनके खिलाफ एफआईआर दर्ज कर दी थी ममता बनर्जी की सरकार ने। सब पहला बिंदु, यह कानूनी जोर का तमाचा है उस मुख्यमंत्री को जो समझती है वो संविधान से ऊपर है। सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने, किसी और ने नहीं, सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने उन सभी एफआईआर पे रोक लगा दी है। दूसरी बड़ी बात, जिस तरह से ईडी के अधिकारियों को जो उनका कानूनी कार्य है उस कार्य करने से रोकने के लिए वर्दी प्रदर्शन कर रही है। आप सोचिए, पश्चिम बंगाल की पुलिस डीजीपी, कमिश्नर, ये लोग प्रदर्शन करते हैं तो सर्वोच्च न्यायालय की तीखी टिप्पणी आई है और सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने कहा है, क्या प्रदर्शन अब हाईकोर्ट के अंदर होंगे? जंतर मंतर बना दोगे आप हाईकोर्ट को? और इसका जो संदर्भ है वो भी मैं आपके समक्ष रखूंगा। इसके बाद अभी ऑर्डर आएगा, लेकिन जो रिपोर्टिंग हुई है मैं उसी से पढ़ रहा हूं। इस हियरिंग में ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट की बेंच, डिवीजन बेंच ने कहा, it is also directed that the FIRs registered against the ED officers shall remain stayed till the next date of hearing. FIR पे रोक। दूसरा, ये बहुत गंभीर मामला है, there are larger questions which emerge and if not answered shall lead to lawlessness. बड़े कानूनी प्रश्न उठ रहे हैं, संवैधानिक प्रश्न उठ रहे हैं, और अगर इसका उत्तर नहीं दिया गया तो अराजकता की स्थिति पैदा हो जाएगी। ये सर्वोच्च न्यायालय की खंडपीठ कहती है। इफ सेंट्रल एजेंसीज आर वर्किंग बोनाफाइड टू प्रोब अ सीरियस ऑफेंस, अ क्वेश्चन अराइज, कैन दे बी ऑब्स्ट्रक्टेड बाय पार्टी एक्टिविटीज? क्या ईडी, सीबीआई, सेंट्रल एजेंसीज जो हैं, इनको पार्टी के गुंडे आके टीएमसी के रोकेंगे? इनको स्टेट की पुलिस, जो कि ममता बनर्जी के आदेश का पालन कर रही है, क्या वो रोक सकते हैं? ये सवाल उठाया सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने अपनी टिप्पणी में। तीसरा, हैविंग हर्ड लर्नेड काउंसिल्स, वी आर ऑफ द prima facie view that present plea has raised a serious issue relating to the investigation by ED and its interference by state agencies. Prima facie, प्रथम दृष्टया, पुलिस, जिसको ईडी के हाथ मजबूत करने थे, क्योंकि ये 2742 करोड़ रुपए का जो घोटाला हुआ है उसकी प्रोब चल रही है, तो वही दखल कर रहे हैं, वही डरा रहे हैं, वही रोक विवेचना को रोक रहे हैं। ये कैसा जंगल राज है पश्चिम बंगाल में? ममता बनर्जी को उत्तर देना चाहिए। आज सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने आईना दिखा दिया है। और इसके बाद बेंच कहती है, इट इज ऑल्सो सबमिटेड, और ये बहुत अहम है, और ये लाइन मैं पढ़ूं उससे पहले मैं जरूर बताना चाहूंगा, एक पिटीशन हाईकोर्ट में फाइल हुई थी जो ऑल इंडिया तृणमूल कांग्रेस ने करी हाईकोर्ट में। तारीख नोट करिए, 9 तारीख को, 9 जनवरी को सुनवाई होने से पहले जो तृणमूल कांग्रेस का लीगल सेल है, ममता बनर्जी के इशारे पर व्हाट्सएप मैसेज भेजता है, जिसका संज्ञान आज सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने लिया है, और कहता है सभी हाईकोर्ट पहुंच जाओ। गुंडागर्दी देखिए, हमारे देश की संवैधानिक उच्च न्यायालय को गुंडों से डराने का प्रयास करते हैं। और जो बात सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने संज्ञान ली, उच्च न्यायालय क्या कहता है सुनिए, और इसीलिए पुनः कहूंगा, ये ममता बनर्जी जंगल राज का प्रतीक है, अराजकता की मूर्ति है। और जंगल राज कैसा होता है? बिल्कुल ममता राज जैसा होता है। दिस इज व्हाट दी कैलकाटा हाई कोर्ट हैज टू से in its order of 9 Jan 2026, and I am placing quoting from that order. The environment in the courtroom is not conducive to comments continue with the hearing. और इससे पहले जो कहा है, at this juncture a huge number of learned advocates as well as other persons enter the courtroom and create enormous disturbance and commotion. Several requests made by the court to maintain the decorum and the dignity of the court so that the matter can be taken up for consideration fell on deaf ears. मतलब व्हाट्सएप से मैसेज भेजे गए, टीएमसी के गुंडे कोर्ट के अंदर आते हैं, माननीय न्यायाधीश को डराने का काम करते हैं, और जब निर्भीकता से कोई न्यायाधीश नहीं डरता है तो वहां इतना शोरगुल हल्ला मचाते हैं कि उच्च न्यायालय को अपने आदेश में कहना पड़ता है जो वातावरण अभी यहां बना हुआ है ये शांतिपूर्वक सुनवाई के लिए उचित नहीं है। ये पेशे से वकील हूं, वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता हूं, 22 साल की वकालत में मैं बता सकता हूं, मैंने ऐसा नहीं देखा कि कोर्ट रूम के अंदर नारे लगाए जाएं, अराजकता हो। और ये सारा का सारा जो तार जुड़ता है ये केवल एक व्यक्ति से जुड़ता है जिसने कसम खाई संविधान की रक्षा करने की, और आज तार तार कर रही है, अराजकता फैला रही है, और उस व्यक्ति का नाम है ममता बनर्जी। ये क्यों इतना गंभीर मामला है ये मैं जरूर बताना चाहूंगा। ये जो फाइल पकड़कर ममता बनर्जी खड़ी हैं, ये पूरा देश और पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता आज कह रही है तुम इतना जो छुपा रही हो ममता बनर्जी, तुम इतना जो छुपा रही हो, क्या डर है जिसे दबा रही हो? ये क्या डर है कि ये फाइल अगर ईडी के हाथ लग जाती तो आपको चिंता हो जाती? उस मोबाइल फोन को जिसको चुरा के भागी, ये सर्वोच्च न्यायालय की टिप्पणी है, उसमें ऐसा क्या था ममता बनर्जी कि अगर वो ईडी के सामने आता कौन से राज खुल जाते? क्यों इतना भयभीत हुई? और बड़ी जिम्मेदारी से मैं आपको बताता हूं कि जंगल राज कैसा होता है। जंगल राज ऐसा होता है जहां मुख्यमंत्री ईडी का साथ देने की बजाय दौड़ के जाती है, ईडी को धमकाती है, साक्ष्य मिटाने का प्रयास करती है, चोरी करती है साक्ष्यों की, और धमकाती हुई बाहर निकलती है। जंगल राज ऐसा होता है। नंबर 1, जंगल राज ऐसा होता है जो वर्दी पश्चिम बंगाल की जनता के हित के लिए कार्य करना चाहती है, उसको ममता बनर्जी अपनी निजी संपत्ति समझ के धमकी देकर, दबाव बनाकर गैर कानूनी काम करवाती है, ईडी को धमकवाती है और प्रदर्शन करवाती है वर्दी से। जंगल राज ऐसा होता है, कलकत्ता हाईकोर्ट में सुनवाई नहीं हो पाती है, वो सुनवाई टाल दी जाती है, 9 जनवरी को जैसे टाली गई। और जंगल राज ऐसा होता है, ईडी अफसरों पे एफआईआर हो जाती है। मैंने आपको 4 बिंदु बताए, ये केवल और केवल ममता राज में, अराजकता की मूर्ति उन्हीं के राज में हो सकता है। और इसके साथ मैं आपको एक जानकारी और दे दूं, जो बात आज लर्नेड सोलिसिटर जनरल ने जब ईडी की दलील रख रहे थे सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में भी कही, देयर इज अ पैटर्न ऑफ लॉलेसनेस। ये अराजकता का पैटर्न है जो पश्चिम बंगाल में ममता बनर्जी आगे बढ़ाती है। 2019 में सीबीआई अफसर गए पश्चिम बंगाल, वहां उन पर हमला हुआ। यह हमला किया किसने? टीएमसी के गुंडों ने, और पुलिस की सहायता लेके दबाव बनाने का प्रयास किया गया। फिर 2024 जनवरी में, अब याद करिए, शाहजहां शेख, बहुत खास ममता बनर्जी के टीएमसी के लीडर, ईडी के अफसर वहां जाते हैं, उन पे हमला हो जाता है। शाहजहां शेख की गिरफ्तारी नहीं होती, और इसकी तुलना करिए, ईडी अफसरों के खिलाफ एफआईआर तुरंत हो जाती है। संदेश खाली में जब महिलाओं का उत्पीड़न होता है तो एफआईआर दर्ज नहीं होती है। एफआईआर दर्ज तब होती है जब कलकत्ता हाईकोर्ट निर्देश देता है कि एफआईआर दर्ज हो, लेकिन ईडी अफसर के खिलाफ एफआईआर दर्ज हो जाती है। और अब अप्रैल 2024 में हमने देखा, एनआईए के अफसर जब जाते हैं ईस्ट मेदिनीपुर में, तो वहां पे उन पे अटैक कर दिया जाता है। तो सीबीआई, ईडी, एनआईए और फिर ईडी, ऐसा लगता है कि रोहिंग्या से तो बहुत प्यार है ममता बनर्जी को, लेकिन भारत की जो केंद्रीय जांच एजेंसियां हैं उनसे बड़ी दुश्मनी है, नफरत है, और यह बड़ा चिंताजनक है। दूसरा जो चिंताजनक है वो ये है कि आप साक्ष्य मिटा क्यों रही है। जैसा आज न्यायालय में भी दलील दी गई कि ये चोरी है, डकैती है, कि आप मोबाइल फोन, फाइलें उठा ले। ऑब्स्ट्रक्टिंग अ पब्लिक सर्वेंट इटसेल्फ अंडर द न्यू लॉ ऑफ बीएनएस इज अ क्राइम। ये धारा 224, 221, 186 पुरानी आईपीसी में ऑब्स्ट्रक्टिंग द पब्लिक सर्वेंट इज अ क्राइम, जो ममता बनर्जी कर रही हैं। और डिस्ट्रॉइंग ऑफ एविडेंस, साक्ष्य को नष्ट करना भी एक अपराध है जो ममता बनर्जी कर रही हैं। तो आज विधिक तौर पे मैंने आपको बताया है, सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने जो रोक लगाई है एफआईआर और जांच पे, यह एक करारा तमाचा है और एक मजबूत संदेश है कि भारत देश और सभी प्रदेश, खासकर पश्चिम बंगाल, कानून का राज होगा, कानून से चलेंगे, अराजकता से नहीं चलेंगे। और जिस तरह से राजनीतिक तौर पे ममता बनर्जी मीडिया को बाइट दे रही हैं, फाइल दिखा रही हैं, हमारे साथ गलत हो रहा है, आज सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी कर दिया है, और स्पष्ट हो गया है, अगर कोई अराजक था, गलत था, साक्ष्य मिटा रहा था, ईडी अफसरों को धमकी दे रहा था, कानून के साथ खिलवाड़ कर रहा था और संविधान को नष्ट कर रहा था, तो वो केवल अराजकता की मूर्ति, जंगल राज का प्रतीक ममता बनर्जी थी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
People were asked to come over there, gather at the court, and perhaps that is why the hearing did not happen. How do you see this? Because chats have also come out in public domain.
That was the BJP holding the press conference saying the central agencies have been attacked, and in fact they accused that this is after the Supreme Court setback for Mamata Banerjee. Supreme Court in fact has noted this entire pattern, and BJP says a huge jolt too. All right, so it's state versus center that is going on, and this is the latest update we have right now. The sharp observations made by Supreme Court on Mamata file chori case, says the BJP, after Supreme Court stays the FIR against ED. All right, viewers, now we shift our focus on the occasion of Army Day. A special short film on Operation Sindoor was showcased during the Army Day parade in Jaipur today, highlighting the unmatched courage, unmatched valor and unwavering resolve of the Indian Armed Forces. This film captures the inspiring saga of bravery, strategic excellence and supreme dedication displayed by the soldiers during Operation.
6 stories at 6. ED versus Mamta battle reaches the Supreme Court. Supreme Court stays all FIRs against ED officials. And we also see that Maharashtra is voting in the civic body polls. Big battle in Pune and Mumbai. The results are tomorrow. All this and much more coming up on 6 stories at 6.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force. So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. And they won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong